Thank you very much, Professor Patra, for the brief welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, food security and nutrition are the critical global challenges, especially in the face of increasing population and the pressures of environmental constraints. Agriculture must transform to address the challenges of feeding a global population at once, projected to range in coming years. This is the high time. This is the pivotal moment to bring the transition from the traditional practices to the modern approach or to fulfill India's future needs. Here we are presenting the AgriVision 2025 to all of you. It is officially inaugurated by all our honorable dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host of the event at the ASRI and the proud alumnus of OUAT. Here will be with you for next 3 days. With this, now it is the time to felicitate all our honorable dignitaries on the dais. May I now request Professor Prasanjit Mishra. Now, I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Prabhat Kumar Raul to kindly felicitate our chief guest for the day, Srimati Surama Padhi. A louder round of applause, Madam. We are privileged having you here in the AgriVision 2025. A very warm welcome. Could you please have a thundering round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Now, may I request Professor Prasanjit Mishra to felicitate Professor Prabhat Kumar Raul, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology. We are very much thankful to you, sir, for this happening collaboration with SARM. Moving ahead, may I now request Engineer Dibyanshu Prasad Das to felicitate Professor Prasanjit Mishra, esteemed Dean Extension Education, OUAT, and Chairman Organizing Committee. Would you please have a louder round of applause? Can I see some hands up in the air for this collaborative effort, for the sheer dedication? We are very much thankful to you, sir. Now I would request Engineer Dibyanshu Prasad Das to felicitate Professor Hrusikesh Patra, Honorable Dean, College of Agriculture, OUAT, and convener of the conference. Once again, a huge round of applause to welcome Professor Patra. Thank you very much for doing the honor. Moving ahead, now it is the time to felicitate the young dynamic minds, the researchers, the scientists, and a few of the dynamic personalities amongst us. It is my request to all our esteemed dignitaries to kindly do the honor. There are a set of awards by SARM, the honorary awards of SARM. We are very much thankful to OUAT for this collaboration with SRM. And with this, I would request Engineer Dibyanshu Prasad Das to present the collaboration award to the team OUAT. Please join hands to thank OUAT for this wonderful initiative. Thank you very much. Moving ahead. The next set of awards, starting with the Norman Borlaug International Agri Leadership Award. Here we have with us Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, Chairman, PPBFRA, Government of India, New Delhi. Let us have a louder round of applause to congratulate sir. He is taking the award virtually. Now, may I welcome Dr. Ganendra Pratap Singh, Esteemed Director, ICAR, NBP GR, New Delhi. We congratulate you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind presence, and we are looking forward for your session as well. Dr. Ganendra Pratap Singh, everyone. Moving ahead, the next set of awards, Dr. Swaminathan Agri Excellence Award. And it goes to Dr. Sen Das, former director, ICAR, IIMR from Ludhiana. Dr. Sen Das, everyone, please welcome him with a louder round of applause. Now, the next set of awards, Dr. Sabut Sahu Memorial Lifetime Achievement Award. Could you please welcome Dr. Mridula Devi, Honorable Director, ICAR, CIWA, Bhubaneswar. I would request, ma'am, moving ahead, Dr. Hanuman Lal Regar from ICAR, NBP, GR, New Delhi. We welcome you, sir. A warm welcome to Odisha. Let us have a large round of applause, a huge round of applause to congratulate Dr. Hanuman Lal Regar. Now, please welcome Sir amongst us once again with a louder round of applause. Once again, congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next set of award, Padma Shri Dr. Ajay Parida Lifetime Achievement Award. And we are very much privileged to have here with us Dr. Bijay Kumar Behera for his contribution in aquaculture, nanotechnology, and biosensor. Can I request Dr. Bijay Kumar Behera to kindly come up on the dais to receive the award with a louder round of applause. Madam will be taking the award on Dr. Bijay Kumar Behera's behalf. Congratulations. This calls for a thundering round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The next set of awards in the category of Distinguished Scientist Award. We are very much privileged to welcome Dr. Basant Kumar Das, Director, ICAR, CIFRI, Kolkata. A louder round of applause to congratulate Dr. Basant Kumar Das, everyone. Congratulations. A huge round of applause. Let's congratulate Dr. Basanta Kumar Das for his sheerless dedication, the effort, and the constant writing and the hustle. Congratulations. Moving ahead, now may I please welcome Dr. Shiv Kumar Agrawal from ICARTA India. With a louder round of applause, let's congratulate him, Dr. Shiv Kumar Agrawal, everyone. Congratulations. Moving ahead, in this set of awards of distinguished scientist, Dr. Gobinda Chandra Acharya from ICAR IIHR CHES Bhubaneswar. Let's welcome sir amongst us. Once again, let us have a louder round of applause. Congratulations once again to all our esteemed awardees in the prestigious categories by SARM. Once again, congratulations to all the awardees, and once again, let us have huge round of applause. Thank you very much, all the honorable dignitaries, for doing the honor. Please be seated. Now, may I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, OUAT, Professor Prabhat Kumar Raul, to kindly present the presidential address and to please address the August gathering. Yes, sir. Check.
Namaskar. Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Speaker of Odisha Legislative Assembly, the Dean Extension Education and Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Dean College of Agriculture and convener of this seminar, Sri Divyanshu Prasad Das, the Secretary, Society for Agricultural Research and Management and Organizing Secretary for this seminar. Before me, my colleagues, the deans, directors, registrar, comptroller, esteemed delegates, faculty members, more specifically, the distinguished awardees, which also includes the directors of ICR institutes, as I find, Director ICR, NVPGR, formerly Director ICR, Indian Institute of Maize Research, present Director, Central Institute of CIFRI, Central Institute for Fishery Research, Kolkata, Director CRRI Cuttack, former Vice Chancellor of SOA University, Professor B.K. Sahu, Head Chess, dear students and delegates. A hearty welcome to the temple city Bhubaneswar, those who have come from outside, and so also this lone farm university of the state, which was established in 1962 to address the issues of food security. From the era when we started our journey on scientific agriculture till we reach today in an era of a smart agriculture, this institute stands as a testimony, stands as an epitome of all these entire journey. Once again, welcome to this university on my behalf, on behalf of all of us. Food security and nutritional security, food and nutritional security, as we talk of, it is the cornerstone for human development and societal well-being. And when we talk of food security, it obviously aims at ensuring sufficient and safe food for all to live a healthy and active life. In a country like India, with more than 1.4 billion population, attaining or addressing to a comprehensive food security, food and nutrition security is definitely a challenge. And not only that, we are still struggling with challenges, but also we have achieved a lot. It is no doubt in saying that this country is second largest producer of rice, wheat, and pulses, and the largest producer of milk in the world. In spite of that, we also face several challenges, and though we are ably supported by our public distribution system, by our integrated child development scheme, by our midday meal, all these together tries to address the food and nutritional security issues, but still we are struggling with the challenges. To name a few challenges, there is no difficulty in accepting truth. As per Human Hunger Index 2023, a study conducted among 125 countries, nations, we stand at 111. Stunting and malnutrition, wasting for the children below 5 years is very alarming. So also deficit, micronutrient deficit, which is manifested as hidden hunger, concerns us. And the reasons are manifold. The first may be poverty and inequality. If we talk of a complete food, a balanced diet, and also enough food to address our energy requirement, obviously the challenge is poverty, the challenge is inequality. Affordability should be the first and foremost criterion so far as addressing food and nutrition security is concerned. Not only that, but also climate change and uncertainty of food production puts us into a difficult situation. The way we have been observing, the climate change has taken us to absolutely unpredictable food production system, where natural calamities are happening each year at a different location. Sometimes with the time and the same space, we find all of them may be flood, drought, or cyclone. Somewhere I read Odisha is considered as the disaster capital of India. That means this Odisha state is also no exception. Starting from, if I correctly remember, from 1971 through 1999 super cyclone till last Dana, there have been several crop loss. Even the government of, thanks to the legislators and honorable speaker sitting over here, who were forced to declare unseasonal rain as a natural calamity, which was not there in the relief corps, only come to the rescue of the farming community of this state. So as if we have been struggling with the natural calamity, my statistics says out of last 60 years, we have encountered 31 years of a drought, 29 years of a flood, 15 years of a cyclone, hardly 10 or 11 normal years. With these providing balanced diet, providing food security, providing nutrition security is obviously a challenge for all of us. Not only that, there is less dietary diversification. In Odisha, so also in India, our food primarily focuses on cereal based. Unless otherwise, we take pulses, we take protein, we take fruits. It cannot be considered as a nutritionally secure. So how to come out of this cereal-based dietary system, diversify the cereal-based dietary system to a balanced diet is definitely a concern for all of us. Not only that, also the urban life. The younger generation sitting before me, they are too much interested for stale food, interested for fast food, and whatever term you may say, I am sure it has certain issues with respect to the nutrition security. It may provide you a kind of a food security, but obviously and definitely it lacks nutrition security. And apart from that, also the gender equality, inequality. In my family, so also in your family, the women folk, they take the last bench so far as food delivery is concerned. Never, never. And I do not know, even though we have Honorable Madam Suroma Padhi as our speaker leading the Legislative Assembly, when the ladies will be given topmost priority in the food, agri-food system at a home front, forget about in the official front. And there are certain way forward also. Number one, what strength science and technology has given us. We are struggling for a nutritional insecurity. We have the biofortification of a crops, biofortification of a grain, which will definitely address such kind of things. In our early days, those who are contemporary to me, so far as age is concerned, how many of us were being suffered in rural area with vitamin A deficiency, which was manifested as night blindness? So now it has come down, and it is obviously due to addressing the vitamin deficiency, vitamin A deficiency in our food system. So biofortification or even artificial supplementation may have the opportunity to address such issues. Apart from that, also crop diversification. Even if it is the top of the hill, even if at the foothills or at the level of below mean sea level, we love to grow rice. And of course, the director of CRRI Kotak is present over here, but they are also trying hard how to diversify it, how to bring rice with fortified product with vitamin enriched varieties that will address issues. So we need to have a crop diversification. Policy support is required. Madam is here. She knows how to bring in policy so that such kind of things can be addressed. And more particularly, this organization, this seminar we have arranged in collaboration in public-private partnership. SARM is a trust or society. We have come together to organize this function. Similarly, in the agri-food system also, starting from processing, distribution, and in all those, how we can bring in private partners, they will help us in addressing this issue in a much smoother way. And moreover, with community participation and climate resilient agriculture. Hopefully, these are some of the issues that needs all our attention. And it seems this food and nutrition security, though a old slogan, synonymous to Garib Hatao or something like that when we started just after the independence, but still, knowingly, unknowingly, visibly, invisibly, we are struggling with. So it needs to have a multi-pronged approach. Multi-pronged approach obviously calls for, necessitates an interaction, deliberation among the multiple stakeholders, as I see from the dais till the last day. I hope these 2-3 days deliberation will definitely throw light how together we can combat this issue for bringing a Vikasita Bharat or Vikasita Odisha. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the resounding words. Now, may I have the privilege to request our chief guest. Now, it is the most awaited moment to hear out our chief guest for the day. It is my request to Srimati Surama Padhi to kindly address the August gathering. Please, sir. Please, ma'am. Uh, please share your kind words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. जय जगन्नाथ। आपण माने भिन्न भिन्न राज्यरू स्टेट कंट्री एंड ऑल्सो इंटरनेशनल फील्ड रु मध्य आपण माने एठी उपस्थित अछंती एभली खबर मु जानिबा को पाइली। बट स्टिल देन आई वुड लाइक टू वेलकम यू ऑल इन माय मातृभाषा। I think those who are Hindi spoken people, they must understand my मातृभाषा। प्रभु जगन्नाथ जगतर नाथ, जगन्नाथ के बारे में कहा गया है, प्रभु जगन्नाथ जिसके पास जगत पसारे हाथ, यानी जगत के सभी लोग जिसके करुणा के लिए प्रणाम करते हैं। और ये ऐसा भी है कि प्रभु जगन्नाथ जैसे 4 धामों की भारतवर्ष में परिकल्पना है, कोई एक शयन धाम है, कोई एक स्नान धाम है और एक जगन्नाथ धाम है जो कि भोजन धाम कहा जाता है। यहाँ पर भक्तों के लिए भोजन ना कभी भोजन की कमी होती है। तो ऐसे भोजन धाम और जगत के नाथ जगन्नाथ प्रभु जगन्नाथंकर एई माटी रे मु आपण मान को समस्त को हार्दिक स्वागत जनाऊछि। जगन्नाथंक प्रासंगिकता खाद्य एवं भोजन सहित थिबा बेले ओयूएटी एवं एसएआरएम तरफ आयोजित होइथिबा ए कॉन्फ्रेंस रे आपण माने ओडिशावासी केवल नुहे सारा भारतर खाद्य समस्या संपर्क रे एवं खाद्य रे किभली संतुलन खाद्य प्रत्येक व्यक्ति पाखरे पहुंचा जाई पारिबो से भले एक सिस्टम को से भले एक चिंताधारा को डेवलप करबा पई आपण माने एठी उपस्थित अछंती। मु आपण मान को समस्त को हार्दिक स्वागत जनाऊछि एवं एही 3 दिनर a 3-day international conference will be a successful one with all the participants present over here and with the proper guidance of Vice Chairman Mr. Prabhat Kumar Raul and Mr. SARM, Mr. Dibyanshu Das, Secretary SARM. A very good morning to all of you and heartiest welcome to my land. I am happy to know that the Society for Agriculture Research and Management, that is SARM, a trust, and Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology are jointly organizing the 7th International Conference on Agriculture for Food Security and Nutrition 2025. In this conference, so many national and international students, researchers, participants, researchers and scholars are participating, and I once again welcome you all. Here also some awardees are there who did their excel in the field, and I also welcome to all of them the awardees. Under the changing climatic conditions, evolving food habits, and globalization of the agricultural product marketing, it has become increasingly important to address the challenges of sustainable food and nutritional security for all of this planet. The major issues to be looked upon in this conference, I think the major issues to be looked upon are sustainable agricultural practices designed to protect the environment while minimizing the greenhouse effect, and the production and productivity are to be maintained on long-term basis without harming to the soil productivity and fertility. Sustainable use of natural resources is another aspect to be taken care to meet the food and nutrition security for the future generations while fulfilling the present need. Of course, it is the most important point in Odisha. I can say ओडिशा में, उड़ीसा के पश्चिमी प्रांत में जब धान की खेती करने के लिए पड़ोसी राज्य तेलंगाना, now Telangana, then Andhra Pradesh, they have come to Paschim Odisha and started cultivating rice, and production became more. They produced more and more and more. Now the present situation is the alkaline quality of the land the land became so harsh that it is now not in a condition to be for further farming and other type of farming. Without this thing, बिना खाद के उस जमीन में और कुछ उगेगा ही नहीं, ऐसे परिस्थिति है. तो first of all, we have to look after no doubt, there is a problem in front of us, that is the food security, and that is the nutritional balance diet for this. So I would like everybody is looking at their watch. Sorry to say, I being the speaker of the house, I had to meet a team who has landed here in my assembly from Karnataka, the privilege committee of Karnataka. So chairperson and all members were there, so I had to there. Sorry, I'll not elaborate my speech, but I would expect so many things from out of this conference. Mr. Raul has elaborately expressed everything, and the key point is how to maintain the soil condition and how to change the pattern of the people of this planet. All should be interested for a balanced diet. How to OUAT is the research part of the state, I can say, because in ICAR we have seen so many new varieties of certified seeds are there, and the certified seeds here in OUAT also that has been grown, that has been so many people are experimenting the same. So I hope our state, we want that our state is a resourceful state, full of जल जमीन जंगल संपदा में भरा हुआ, विस्तृत सी कोस्ट, उसके साथ साथ लोगों की जो आदत है वो मत्स्य पालन पशुपालन के लिए भी प्रतिबद्ध है, और जिसके कारण उड़ीसा द हाईएस्ट मिल्क प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट के रूप में माना जाता है. तो ऐसे सब कुछ होते हुए भी आम जनता की दृष्टि ऐसा हो, वो जागृत रहें कि एक बैलेंस डाइट एक व्यक्ति के लिए जैसे आवश्यक है, उस हिसाब से जमीन को भी, खेती को भी, द कल्टिवेटेड लैंड should be also balanced, so that a balanced diet, a balanced food habit can be developed, and a balanced diet can each and every people can get a balanced diet. With these words, I hope this conference, out of the churning of this conference, everything will come out, and this will enlighten the people of Odisha. And as we are thinking of Vikasit Odisha, Vikasit Bharat, since 2036, we are going to observe the 100 years of Odisha, the land which has been, the state which has been constituted prior to independence. We are going to observe the 100 years, and we had a dream that Vikasit Odisha will be, with the help of all of us, with the help of the 4.5 कोटी ओडियाଙ୍କ द्वारा विकसित ओडिशा हेबो. तेणु ए स्वप्न को साकार करिवा पई OUAT एवं SARN ର ସହଯୋଗ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଉପାଦେୟ ହେବ। ଏଥିସହିତ ମୁଁ ମୋ ବାଣୀକୁ ବିରାମ ଦଉଛି। ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ।
ଅନେକ ଅନେକ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ଅନେକ ଅନେକ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ଖୁବ୍ ଚମତ୍କାର ଭାବରେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ସମ୍ମୁଖରେ ନିଜର ବକ୍ତବ୍ୟ ରଖିଲେ। Thank you very much, madam, for your encouraging and informative words filled with fact and figures. That is how a lady with absolute poise and grace sounds. Now, with this, may I request all our honorable dignitaries to kindly felicitate Dr. A.K. Nayak, Honorable Director, National Rice Research Institution, Cuttack. I would request Dr. A.K. Nayak to kindly come up on the dais to receive the award. With a louder round of applause, let's welcome Dr. A.K. Nayak on the stage, please. Please join hands to congratulate Dr. A.K. Nayak, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for your constant support and guidance to make AgriVision 2025 a successful one. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, AgriVision 2024 was organized in collaboration with NRRI. That was absolute success. Thank you very much, sir, for all your cooperation. Thank you very much, all the honorable dignitaries, for doing the honor. Please be seated. Now, before we wind up, I would request Engineer Dibyansu Prasad Das, Organizing Secretary and Secretary SARM, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of the 7th International Conference for Food on Agriculture for Food Security and Nutrition 2025. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed speakers, panelists, engaging discussions, and valuable contributions. Your knowledge and your shared knowledge have enriched this conference immensely. We're deeply grateful to the sponsors who have extended their kind support in making this event a grand success. Not in order, OMFED, NFDB, Odisha, OUAT, ICARDA, SIFA, Sansarpol, ICAR, IAHR, PPV, FRA, SIVA, CTCRI, SIFRI, Paradeep Phosphate Limited, CRIPCO, Ruchi Food Line. With your commitment to advancing agriculture research and promoting food security is truly commendable. We would like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the organizing committee, the volunteers, and the staff who have worked tirelessly to ensure the smooth and successful conduct of this event. Finally, we thank all the attendees for this enthusiastic participation and active engagement. Your presence has made this conference a truly enriching and memorable experience. We hope that the knowledge and the connections fostered at this conference will inspire innovative solutions to address the pressing challenges of food security and nutrition. Thank you all once again. Jai Jagannath. Bande Utkal Jani.
Thank you very much, Engineer Das, for proposing the vote of thanks. That was the inaugural session for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, here we come to the end of the inaugural session. Thank you very much, all the honorable dignitaries, for joining us for the inaugural of AgriVision 2025. Now we will have the OUAT anthem. For that, can I request all of you to please stand. Thank you very much. Please be seated, everyone. Here we come to the end of the inaugural session. Once again, thank you very much, all the honorable dignitaries, for joining, for making this inaugural session a valuable one with all the informations. Once again, thank you very much, all of you, for enlightening the audience gallery. I would request all of you to please be seated for the next sessions, and I would request all the honorable dignitaries to please inaugurate the exhibition gallery. You all are requested to kindly stay back. We will start with the session. We will moving ahead with the sessions for the day. The day is aligned with the various sessions. All the speakers, keynote speakers are here with us. Here, we are going for a small tea break for 15 minutes. After that, I would request all of you to please gather back. Kindly come back and join us for the sessions. All the speakers are requested to kindly be present, and all the volunteers are also requested to kindly be present. Now, let us go for a small tea break within 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, let's gather back for the next sessions. Thank you. Check, check. Hello, hello, check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break. I would request all of you to kindly settle down. Please be seated. Take your seats. Please take the front seats. We should take the front rows. Those who are outside are requested to kindly come inside and join. After the resounding inaugural session, now it is the time to move ahead with the plenary sessions. All our chairpersons for the sessions are present with us with a huge round of applause. Let us begin with the sessions and let's welcome our chair for the very first session, Dr. B.K. Das, Honorable Director, ICAR, CIFRI, Kolkata. I would request her to please be on the dais to chair the session, and our co-chairman for the first session is Dr. Ganendra Pratap Singh, Honorable Director, ICAR, NBP GR, New Delhi. I would request both the chairperson and the co-chair to kindly be on the stage. Dr. B.K. Das and Dr. Ganendra Pratap Singh. I would request the co-chairman to please join us on the dais till the time Dr. B.K. Das is joining. And here we welcome the session convener, Dr. R. Das from AICRP. I would request Dr. Shikumar to kindly be on stage. Let us welcome both the chairpersons for the session. We are having our session convener, Dr. R. Dash, the session coordinator, Dr. Ansuman Nayak, assistant professor, Department of Agronomy, and rapporteurs, Dr. K. Pradhan and Dr. Mrs. Ipsita Kar. We welcome all of you. The first session is by Dr. Sen Das. Let us welcome Dr. Sen Das, Honorable former Director, ICAR, IIMR from Ludhiana, and he will be talking on farmer prosperity through corn in Odisha. We welcome you, sir. Please, let's get started with the sessions. Here we present the very first session. Please welcome our keynote speaker for the first session, Dr. Sen Das. Check. Those who are outside, let's inform them to kindly come inside and join. Those who are sitting behind, please come ahead and take the front rows. think.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Today we are going to have this, first session after inauguration. I think we have three presentations today. So first presentation is being made by Dr. Sain Das. He is a well-known maize breeder, former director for the maize program of ICR. So I think, Dr. Saab, you have 15 minutes, to deliberate on your topic. Thank you very much.
Our respected chairman, co-chairman. Hello. Hello. The title is Farmer Prosperity Through Maize in Odisha. In the past, we have the history of Odisha. People have been growing rice after rice after rice after rice. With the result, today your speaker was also speaking that after rice, actually rice is not the culprit, but rice eaters are also equally culprit. If you see the general masses of rice eater in Odisha, they are very stunted growth. And only rice has not only spoiled the people on this earth, they have spoiled the environment as well as soil and water also. So it means we have to think of that we diversify in food habits, soil, and address the climate issue also. Now, what opportunity may, most of the coastal belt. In coastal belt, nobody will grow maize in rainy season, but coastal maize is suitable in the winter season. Now, coastal belt is shifting to pulses also very good step in it. Now, you have the specialty corn because we such a tourist state. When it is tourist state, you have the equally opportunity to promote sweet corn, baby corn, popcorn, and at the same time quality protein maize. Because most of the people are non-veg here, they go for piggery, they go poultry, they go fishery. So, and even for the animal health also and human health also, QPM is also both serving food security as well as nutrition security. Why we need rice instead of rice after rice to other crops? Because the groundwater in winter season is depleting, soil health is an issue, productivity of rice in winter season is low, then duration is longer, and economic return to the farmer is less. Now, why maize then? It is efficient. We can think of diversification through corn. Then secondly, it requires less water. It has more yield. Then it address the issue of climate change. Then again, increase the cropping intensity. Instead of one crop, you can take it. Because of short duration of maize, you can fit another crop in it also. You can increase the three. You can have 300% cropping intensity instead of 200 with rice cultivation. Secondly, if you see, we are using a lot of chemical with rice. So you can save your soil from biodiversity, then contamination of groundwater, and as well as reduce the water table which is going down. Now, if you see the technology impact in India, when India in the early days, hardly we have land under maize and very low productivity and low yielding varieties. And low productivity was due to land races mostly. Then we shifted land races to OPV, improved OPV, and this maize is the foundation for the ACRIP, All India Coordinated Protocol, first project in 1957. We started with improving the land density to OPV, and then we started the work with double cross hybrid, but we shift back to the again composite variety, thinking that seed production is difficult in case of corn, but it was a wrong decision taken by the us. We took a wrong decision because maize was grown in a prosperous area. When I was working in Bajra, we were working hybrid. When I used to say when Bajra hybrid can be taken by the farmer, even the marginal soil with less than 200 millimeter rainfall, whenever farmer will go, he will go for hybrid Bajra, not go for the F2C. But why maize prosper area, prosper land, and good rain, water availability will not go for maize. But since there were no hybrid, only OPV were there. After the arrival of single cross hybrid, the farmer shifting OPV to single cross hybrid, and research was also focused on single cross hybrid research. Even the private sector, they used to give double cross hybrid. We shifted their agenda also to single cross hybrid. Then crop diversification started coming because maize single cross hybrid became remunerative. When the climate start changing, हमारे GP सिंह साहब बैठे हैं, he will mind it that where temperature rises, the wheat area shifted to maize. Where groundwater start depleting in southern state and even Bengal, Odisha, where rice was taking longer time and there is no water during rainy season. So farmer has to pump the water to diesel, so affecting the environment, increasing the cost of cultivation and long duration with low productivity. In Bengal, hardly 1.96 is productivity, ton, 86. Odisha, in Banswara, Rajasthan, 1.8, 1.9 per ton productivity. But people shifted in Banswara, Dungarpur belt, wheat to maize, and Bengal, rice to maize. Similarly, Odisha can have this example from the Bengal, how the Bengal maize is going very well with more than highest productivity in winter season, 8 ton. So in India, we had productivity very low, 1 ton number of years. Then 2 ton, today we are 4 ton with more than 11 million hectare area and with 40 million ton corn. Now India turned importer to exporter. Now ethyl industry has come, the spot price government has started purchasing. Now maize area is picking up. This I will already explain. And this also explain how the area is picking in different states in the country. And today, Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka are the two parallel states, 2 million hectare area. Followed by Maharashtra and Karnataka, Rajasthan. Followed by then other states. Odisha has today 2.83 area with the productivity 3.3 ton in winter season and 3 ton in Kharif season. And 90% of the area in Odisha is in Kharif season, in upland area, and 10% is in winter season. Now Bihar can have the lesson from Bengal. Odisha can have lesson from Bihar and Bengal, where the temperature is increasing. Today, Bihar has around 8 lakh hectare area maize in winter season. And with the productivity, when the paper is low, but farmer are harvesting up to 11, 12 tons per hectare product. Now this is the model where Odisha can have it. Instead of rice follow rice, you can have rice follow maize. Then you can have rice follow pulses. Then you can have rice follow maize hybrid seed production. You can have rice follow groundnut seed production, pulse seed production. And this groundnut and pulse seed production, that will not only help even soybean, that will not only help the country addressing seed security, this will also help the country in stopping the import of further oil seed as well as the pulse from the India outside. So and Odisha farmer can also get benefit, and their soil will also improve, and their health will also improve, and their income will also improve. Now QPM is which has a very good, but we have at our in our hand address this food security and nutrition security, because India, more than 60% of the corn is going to the feed and the consumption, and now 10 to 12% to 15% to starch, and 15 to 20% now is going to ethanol, and hardly left for food. Only 4 to 5% going for food. Rest is, now India has turned as an industrial crop, being predominantly food crop in 80s. Now it is no more a food crop. Now it has to industrial. Now how a piglets of the pig, they are growth improve. Similarly, poultry, the you have to less feed, more body gain weight, and then you can have one more cycle of these poultry. So if feed cost is reduced, poultry become economical, and the corn farmer can be benefited. Now there is a daily newspaper, the hue and cry that maize prices are increasing. So ethanol industry has come in the field. Now feed industry and starch industry should take a lesson from the ethanol industry. How maize they are purchasing in the right way. Earlier they used to cheat the farmer. Now QPM, by eating the human being, their body surface and body weight has also improved. With the same age, in the random sampling was taken, the school children were fed, and then they see their body gain. In case of QPM age, it is 25% increase, whereas in case of normal maize feeding, 50% increase. Similarly, with the arm, their arm become thicker. They 6% only with normal maize, and with the 14%. This is a data generated by the Bangalore people, nutritional laboratory. And so other benefits are, it has high lysine, high tryptophan, high biological level, high digestibility, and there are certain diseases, stunted growth. Generally, you will see those who are maize eater, particularly in belt of Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, even some part of the Odisha, the growth stunted because of low nutritious food. So then you can go for hybrid seed production in winter season. That will you help. That will help the Odisha, that the farmer will get seed. They can even export the seed to the neighboring state. Even they can seed export to the other state. Then the seed cost will reduce, because seed today in the private sector is not less than 500 rupees per kg. So when seed production is done here, you can have your seed in time, increase the income of the farmer, and you can have the crop diversification. Bengal is the example. We started in 2006, and today Bengal is producing more than 25 to 30,000 quintal seed with the support of the government. We participated in NSC, Hill, and then state government. They produce seed, they the farmer, and Odisha can also have this like this. So in Bengal, success story we have already narrated, and then popcorn, because Odisha is state where a lot of tourism is there. So you can grow popcorn not in Kharif season, but you can grow it in spring and winter season, because farmer, their company, they are purchasing only crop, direct crop from the farmer, and then they do processing and then marketing. And it has a health benefit. Popcorn, sweet corn, baby corn, they all are health. Now opportunity is there. Farmer can grow sweet corn also, because climate conditions are such that you can have 3 crops of sweet corn, 3 crops of baby corn, and you can have the industry, processing industry, and it has also health benefit, diabetic people, antioxidant, and similarly, green crop also you have the opportunity, and uh, uh, there are a number of hybrid released in the ICR and public sector and private sector in sweet corn. And baby corn, you can not only grow for human consumption, you can address the issue of green fodder also. Because green fodder in the country is more than 20 to 30% shortage, and maize is the only crop you can graze to the animal at any crop growth stage. Even go for hydroponic, even you can go baby corn, even you can have the green fodder of the sweet corn and green ear corn. So merit of baby corn is that is richest source of fat corn. and other the nutritions are at par with most of the vegetables. And number of hybrid, first hybrid we released at HAU, HM4, which was the brand hybrid baby corn best quality, with which we started export of baby corn to neighboring countries, even to USA, Japan also. And now number of hybrid have come, but in private sector also Syngenta has very good hybrid, and CPC has also good hybrid. And maize you can grow as green fodder. Today there was question discussion outside that maize can grow as a green silage, hydroponic, and you can grow maize with the intercropping as a fodder, because any stage you can graze it so that you can increase the income of the farmer, you can increase the land, bring more area under maize as a green fodder also. A number of hybrid has been released for fodder also. African tall was sometime first, then J1 from Ludhiana, and Pratap in this Rajasthan, and HE also released one hybrid. That is, they were the variety, but HQ29. It is nutritionally and as well. The silage you can use, now it is become very popular. We can export it also, and you can also address your issues nutritious fodder. Now, merit of maize silage is that anytime you can stage raise to cattle, silage can be harvested. You can develop an entrepreneur for silage making and export with the different company. And because the particular stage with grain and fodder, when you graze it, it will help the farmer to vacate his land well in time. Even just Dr. Mishaji was telling that we 200 years, 2000, we promoted farmer 10-day farming. So this silage is this hydroponic is the answer to it. So Government of India has this project, and NIPTM asked me to prepare document for the 5 states: Gujarat, Bihar, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. OPD, and one district was Naranpur was selected for this. I submit. They asked me. I prepared the project for them. One product where the maize is maximum. So all product of maize will be prepared and they will be exported. Under that, the government gave funds. This was a Prime Minister project. And the Narang district is there. You can have sufficient raw material. You can make the grit. You can do baby corn here, sweet corn here, and maize farming also. And you can develop different products also and export it also. So through self-help group, through creating the FPO, and you can short entrepreneur, you can use this technology of maize to advance. Thank you very much. Any question? No question? Huh?
Check.
कई टाइम पे हुआ? MP का चेयरमैन साहब?
Let us take the questions.
आगे आ जाओ भाई क्वेश्चन. जल्दी ज्यादा खींचो ना. हाँ बोलो. How to market link? How to link the market?
How to link this one to the market? Because
Which product?
mainly baby corn, because most of the poultry feed or everything does not create the market in case of Orissa.
Yes, you are right. Baby corn, sweet corn has to be marketed in urban, nearby pocket, peri-urban pocket of the state, because these are perishable unless you have processing industry. Once you go nearby Jagannath Puri and Bhubaneswar, you have a lot of tourism are coming, lot of hotels are there. You can directly supply to them. They want fresh baby. Nowadays, fresh baby corn is good. Earlier we do candy, because during process of canning, they were putting some useless material. Now even Europe and Japan, other countries, we are send baby corn in polythene, but open. They can see the quality of product. They are kept, and daily so many containers are going from Bangalore, Pune, Delhi. Delhi baby corn is from UP and Haryana, and Punjab, Ludhiana, Amritsar to England. This is being now exported fresh. Secondly, if you want to grow baby corn in interior or sweet corn, it's not used. Then when you grow in baby corn peri-urban, you can address many issues: employment, marketing, and it will be give to your dairy promotion, livestock industry. Any other question? Ah,
Sir, thank you for kindly permitting me. So I am Professor Vijay Kumar Sahu. So my question is that now there is a very serious pest in maize, that is fall armyworm, sir.
Okay.
Sir, for last 5-6 years, it is damaging the maize crop at different stages.
Okay.
Sir.
I got your point.
Sir.
Now, I arrange hundred of the meeting in across the country, even in Odisha also. We are. Now FA is now manageable. No more issue. This is not a pest in India. It has been sent by America to Africa. Okay. And they have addressed the issue through transgenic, because BT made addresses the issue pilopartless as well as FA. But in India, chemical came before than the FA. There was a lot of chemical to control the FA. Some company, the Foragen, so many Foragen, this and that, Syngenta, Monsanto, they brought chemical around. But we taught the farmer go for clean cultivation. It can go to 100 species, 100 species. It can go to wheat, it can go to rice, it can go to pulses, pea, chickpea, everyone. So clean cultivation. When there is clean cultivation, and then we gave the recommendation to all seed industry and government that no seed to the farmer should be given without treatment of the FA chemical, Foragen or some thiamizole or penicillium from Foragen. 15 days it is managed. Later on, it is again managed through the biocontrol. So many parasites has come. But don't spray whole plants. If there is around 1 or 2, just spray there with 4 ml, 0.4 ml Foragen with in 1 liter water. So surgical spray, and it will manage. Now it is manageable. No issue.
Thank you, sir. Yes, over to you. ma'am. Later on, we.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Das, for the brief and wonderful presentation. A huge round of applause for him. Moving ahead now, may I welcome on the stage for the next presentation, Dr. Shiv Kumar Agrawal from the regional coordinator for South Asia and China, and the head Food Legumes Program, ICA RTA India. He will be talking on pulses for sustainable food, future under changing climate. Over to you, sir. Please welcome, sir, with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chair of the session, Dr. Gyan Pratap Singh ji, and distinguished, participants. So today I'm going to make a presentation on pulses for sustainable food future under changing climate. As we know that pulses are good not only for the people but also for the planet. Why they are good for the people? Because they are having more, protein, almost 2 to 3 times more protein than what you find in cereals. They are having 2 to 3 times more micronutrients what you find in cereals. At the same time, they are also good for the planet. Why they are good for the planet? Because they are the one providing ecosystem services. Mainly because if you see the kind of water footprint and the carbon footprint, it is very, very low. If I take example of the water footprint, if you are getting 1 kg dal into your plate, then it requires only 1,250 liter of water. But if you get 1 liter of beef, 1 kg of beef in your plate, it requires almost 10 times more water than bar. So you can imagine how we are going to have a better environment, because it is going to have a less water footprint. At the same time, when you include legumes into the system, then the carbon footprint also goes down drastically. At the same times, you know that pulses are good to fix the nitrogen, almost 70 to 210 kg per hectare. And you just imagine before, in the past or before this industrial urea, other things came, it was only the legumes which used to fix the nitrogen. And that is how our soil used to be more healthy. But now you see that we are having about a dozen, crops. We can divide them into two parts. One is winter season crop, legume crop, and other are summer season or warm season legumes. If you see that area under those, warm season legumes, it has gone up globally across whether it's soybean, peasant pea, common bean, cowpea, anyone. But then if you see the winter season legumes, then the area under lentil and chickpea has gone up. At the same time, area under field pea, fava bean, and grass pea has gone down drastically. But at the same time, production of all pulses has gone up. It means we had a better variety today. That's why there is a productivity gain. And if you see that in the last 60 years, the production of pulses globally has more than doubled. But then major gain has come the last 10 or 15 years. And thanks to the India government that they have made a good emphasis on pulses, that's how this has occurred. Of course, if it is comes to the India, then at present we are harvesting on 24.5 million tons of pulses. But then last year it was 27.5. It means this year it has gone up mainly because of the area has gone to the oilseed crops and other ones. But then if you see the production base of pulses, it is mainly for few states, 5 states. They are contributing around 70%, particularly Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat. Almost 70%. Production is coming from these 5 states. And of course, among the pulses, chickpea is almost contribute 50%, followed by peasant pea, and then of course, mung bean, wood bean are getting importance. At the same time, lentil area is also going up. But then the problem is that average pulse productivity in India is almost 26% less than what we are harvesting globally. And if I give you an example of Ethiopia, they are harvesting almost 2 tons average yield in that country. At the same times, we are harvesting 1 ton. It means almost less than. And then condition of Ethiopia is not that they are very advanced country. That's why they are harvesting. But that how you plant and how you grow in right kind of varieties and along with this production practices, that's how they are able to have the average. It means some farmers are harvesting 3 tons per hectare also. That's why the country average is around 2 tons per. At the same time, that if you see the demand supply, still we are importing almost 2 million tons last year. But this year, just because the production has gone down, that we are this year imported around 4.74 million tons of pulses, mainly lentil, pigeon pea, and black ground. But then the question comes, why we are not becoming the leader in terms of the productivity? In production, we are the leader. There are certain challenges in pulse production. The first and foremost, challenge is climate change, and it is impacting pulses productivity as well as the farming practices which we deploy to have the better production of pulses. And you know that pulses are mainly grown in rain-fed area. Almost 77% of the pulse area is rain-fed, and then the farmers also put pulses into the area which are not very well, the soil is very poor, and that is where they take up legume. And of course, with the green revolution, our soil degradation has happened. Almost 33% of the global soil is degraded. And when it comes to India, I think it is much worse than what is the case of at global level. And that's why it is impacting not only the land productivity, but also the total factor productivity. It means we are deploying more inputs to harvest the same amount of the productivity which we used to harvest earlier. Then technological gaps are there. If you see now, just Dr. Sain Das was talking about the single cross hybrids in corn and how the production has gone up from 1 ton to 2 tons, and now we are having 4 tons. 4 tons. I think this is big, kind of, and such kind of technology we do not have in pulses. So I think somewhere I still feel that there is a lack of appropriate technology in pulses, and we have to do more investment into research so that we can also fill the gap of this technology in the farmers' hand. Then, of course, there are wide yield gaps. Almost 30-35% yield gaps are there in the pulses, mainly because it is not only about the varieties, but also the kind of production technology we are deploying. Then the major strategy, how we can enhance the pulse production. I think there are 3 options for us. I think we have to think in terms of genetic options, genetic innovations. We have to make better varieties. We have to think in terms of having better management. Sometimes we have a very high genetic potential, but if we do not have a proper management, then it is very difficult to harvest the potential of that particular genotype. Then, of course, pulse intervention is very important when you are going to promote pulses in the case. So therefore, we have to make the new genetic gains. We have to close the yield gaps through the crop management. And we also think of taking this horizontal expansion. That is here we think of rice fallow comes into the picture. Then sustainable intensification by intercropping we can think of, and of course reduce post-harvest work. Whatever we are harvesting, and out of that 16% is lost. I think we have to fill that gap, and of course value addition is very important. If you see the historical genetic gains which we have made in pulses, if you see globally, more than 4,000 varieties have been released globally, and out of that 1,100 plus are in India. And we have made good progress in terms of the short duration varieties having de-resistance, and then we are also performing well or adapted to the climate change. But still, the genetic gain is 0.6 to 0.8%, and that is not going to meet the demand of the future pulse crops. And if we have to meet the future demand, I think we have to need to accelerate the genetic gain by 1.5%, and that means we have to come out with better varieties, with better technology, with more precision, with better efficiency in timely manner, or I should very speedily. Instead of coming out with better variety in 10 years, we have to think how we can come out with better variety in 5 years. I can just say that we have almost 430 varieties we have released globally. And out of that, around 25 are in India. And those, of course, our national partners are releasing those varieties. We are only providing an opportunity in terms of our international nurseries, in terms of our germ plots, and that's how they are there. And then these varieties are not only having drought and heat tolerance, but also having high iron and zinc in case of lentil. And then I would talk about 3 innovations which has happened in pulses. One is machine harvested pulses. If we have to think in terms of commercial cultivation of pulses, I think machine harvestability is one very good criteria, that we have to have a better varieties. I think we have made a very good progress in chickpea as well as moving. And this year, we have also released varieties of machine harvest lentil in Morocco. And now this year, some of the lines are in our AICRP trials. I think these are going to make a big change in terms of lentil production. Of course, another very big issue with pulses is the beads. I think the major yield constraint pulses the beads because we do not have any very effective post-emergence herbicides. Whatever herbicides are available, they are made for soybean, and we are trying to put them into other legumes, and they are not for that. Good part is that now we have the genetic, variability in our germplasm, and through mutation also we can come out. And now this year we have got some of the herbicide tolerant in our pulses, particularly lentil, chickpea, and fowling. And again, these are the two, chemicals, metribuzin and imidazole. And for that, we have find that one. And so once we have machine harvestability and this weed management through chemicals, I think then the big farmers are going to go for pulse production in larger area. Another one is this climate smart pulses. I think the major thing in addition to bringing drought and heat tolerance through the crop bioderivatives, and Dr. Singh is here, and NVPGR, which is having large collection of germplasm, and that is the kind of storage where you can get all these new traits, new alleles to make our variety better. And then earliness is one trait. If you include in our varieties without having yield, a penalty, I'm sure that this is the one which allow our crops to escape this similar drought and heat. And that is what has happened in legumes. You can see one of the example of this early varieties of chickpea in India. The whole production of chickpea from North India has been shifted to the South India and Central India. And that is mainly because these varieties were able to mature in 100 to 110 days. At the same time, these varieties have in fact, they have a better yield potential than what we are harvesting in North India. So this is a major innovation which has really helped us to, that now today chickpea area has gone to 10 million hectares, and with 1 ton per hectare. So it means we are harvesting around 10 million tons of chickpea. Now we have this another example of biofortified third generation lentil. Again, these biofortified lentil varieties are having almost double of the iron, almost 80 ppm as compared to our local varieties having 40 to 50 ppm iron, and zinc is from 30, now it has gone to 55 to 60 ppm. I think these two things has really going to help to how to overcome this hidden hunger, which we call it because of the malnutrition, having less, what I call micronutrient deficiency. I think that can really help us to, when we promote these varieties, we can really contribute towards this nutrient security. And these varieties, since they are also very early, they can fit very well in the rice and maize-based system. And that is what Dr. Sai Prasad was talking about. Of course, these varieties have the potential of 1.5 to 2 tons per hectare. And you can see some of the lines which our national party has released in India, how that, biofortified varieties seed demand is going up. It means now this, these varieties are gaining importance into the farmers, portfolio. Another one is this, grass pea. This is one crop which is one of the most climate smart. It can be grown under drought conditions. At the same time, it can also be grown under water stagnation. And that is the major issue with many of the pulses, that because of the water stagnation, the crop gets, damaged. So now we have got this, and the problem with grass pea is having high order content is a plant toxin and it has some issues. So now through this genome editing, now we are able to bring almost to zero of order content. And of course, it is under the research stage. And once it happens, I think this is going to revolutionize even grass pea into, and that is why it has now been promoted in Europe as well as in USA. This crop. Of course, there is a particularly in think of having a sustainable production, from demand to delivery. We have to have the right crop, right varieties, having farming practices, better practices, and then post-harvest management. And only then we can have an economically viable and ecological sustainable production system. Of course, precision farming is emerging as a new options for pulses, and for that we have come out with a very good IoT type of things, and that is being promoted. And in Madhya Pradesh, we have been successfully demonstrated that yes, it can help us to deploy the right kind of interventions at the right time. Rice soil intensification with pulses. Now we have this, online system where we can go and see the real time mapping and monitoring target sites specific interventions. And you can see that in West Bengal, we have been able to say after which variety of rice, which variety of lentil can be deployed. Because if you have long duration rice, then we have to think of having very early type of lentil. If you have an early type of rice, then you can have a scope of having a longer duration of lentil. So that kind of things have been done. And of course, if it comes to the Odisha, we have implemented about a dozen project, and major thing in that achievement was the introduction of climate smart varieties. And then you can see that we have made 35,000 plus demonstration covering almost 1 lakh farmers in Odisha itself. We have a very good network of FPUs and producer groups formed, and they are the one who is helping us to multiply the seeds and deploy and link with the Odisha State Seed Corporation. I think we have also contributed around 250 tons of certified seeds through this linkage, and I should say 500 tons of grain which was sold in the market. So if you see the prospect of pulses in globally, I think we have to think in terms of increased technological integration so that we are able to make our pulses more competitive to cereals as well as other. And I always believe that you cannot compete with cereals. I think what we can be complementary to the cereals, so that you have to think about having the short season window between two cereals where you can introduce, like moving, we are introducing up rice, wheat, and then we are moving. This kind of options we have to think of. Then we have to think of greater global collaborations, like civic centers and other organizations, how we can join hands together to provide a better options to the farmers. Of course, enhancing sustainability, and I think our focus has to be on sustainable practices, because now we are concerned about our health, we are concerned about the soil health, and we are concerned about the planet. I think we have to think in terms of that. So with this, I come to the end. So thank you very much, and I open my presentation for any questions if you have in your mind. Thank you very much.
You can have a very couple of questions if there are. Otherwise, I think Dr. Shikumar has given a very good account of outstanding account of pulse production and improvement program which has been carried out in India and also elsewhere in the world. So if not, then over to you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shikumar. Very nice presentation.
That was indeed a wonderful presentation. With this, let us move forward for the next session, which is by Dr. Gyanendra Pratap Singh, Honorable Director, ICAR, NBPGR, New Delhi, and also you are chairing the session, and you will be talking on efforts of ICAR, NBPGR in managing pulses genetic resources in India. Let us have the presentation. Please welcome sir with a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon. a pleasure to be standing before you for this topic. I think we must compliment Dr. Shivkumar, who has given a very good account of pulse production and as well as pulse improvement program, not only in India, because he is one of the leading scientists in the world about pulse improvement program. So in that way, he has made my job easier. I'll be focusing more on the PGR management of the pulses in India, and also the activities of the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, which many of you might be knowing, that located in New Delhi. You can see the building here. So the basic objective of the PGR, National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, is a nodal organization for management of the PGR system, primarily for acquisition, then conservation and characterization, and ultimately the utilization of these genetic resources for the improvement of not only pulses but all other kinds of crops. We have more than 2,000 species of accessions belonging to 2,000 species, numbering around 480,000 in the National Gene Bank, which incidentally is second largest gene bank in the world. Now, given the opportunity of saying something in this international congress or symposium, I chose to be speaking on pulses because not only pulses are important for the nation, because nation is spending a huge amount of exchequer on the import of pulses and oilseed, but also I am also a quick learner about pulses because most of the time in my academic career I worked on wheat, and therefore now shifting gear and coming to pulses would be, I think, a wonderful occasion to do so. So you can see here is that the legumes are very ancient crops. They have evolved before Christ also and after Christ. And many of the crops, apart from legume, have originated from Indian origin as per the Vavilov theory. I will go very quickly. And as you know, there are several centers of origin which have been given by Vavilov. But one of the most important center of origin is the Indian center of origin, or Hindustan center of origin, which host roughly around 4 agrobiodiversities hotspots out of 34 hotspots, and many of the crop plants like pigeon pea, mung bean, urd bean, mud bean, rice bean, horse gram, cluster gram, all have evolved in India. And apart from these crops, we have several of the crops which have evolved as a secondary center of origin in India. For example, chickpea, which Dr. Shivkumar was mentioning, lentil, pea, cowpea, grass pea, rubber beans, and common beans. Now, we have a huge number of pulse genetic resources which are conserved in India, and in the recent times we have collected in different crops like pigeon pea, black gram, green gram, large number of accessions, not only through the explorations which we made throughout the Indian soil, but also from the import of several of the organizations like ICARDA is one of the most important organizations from which we get a large number of pulse accessions, but not only pulses, but also, if I'm not wrong, Dr. Shivkumar, wheat and barley is contributed more in number by ICARDA than in comparison to Summit. This is what has been told by Dr. Sarkar time and again to me. So they are very important. And we are also looking into the distribution pattern of Vigna species in India, in Arunachal Pradesh, since 2019. Also, grass pea germplasm explorations have happened in NBBGR, and a recording of the indigenous traditional knowledge, which is very important, from parts of West Bengal since 2020. Now, we also geo-referenced several of the areas for different crops like chickpea, green gram, and also the black gram, from where explorations have already happened in large numbers. And therefore, we are now focusing on those areas where explorations could not happen because of the reasons may not be maybe said here because we couldn't do that. Many of the political reasons and also the government regulations and the explorations happen in the reserved areas, and therefore a lot of bureaucratic approval system is there, and therefore that could not happen. So we are focusing on those areas where explorations can be done, which has not happened so far. We had also been, our pulse team, Dr. Kuldeep is here. Padma is also here, and students are also here from NVPGR. We had been doing phenotypic descriptors, illustrative keys, and taxonomic delineation targeting Vigna and Lathyrus genotypes. And we are also in the process of modifying the descriptors, which have been made several years ago, maybe decades ago, which are probably now need improvement in that program, and that is being undertaken. One of the important achievements in NBPGR's Pulse Improvement Program has been a new taxonomic record which has been found from the southern part of the Betul in Madhya Pradesh, the tribal area, which looks like Vigna species, but actually it is different from that. And this study has clearly shown from the scanning electron microscope that Gadmal is by grain appearance looking like a Vigna species, but it is different from what we have at black gram. The plant is also different, and you can see the molecular phylogeny studies also show that although they group together, but there are differences between Vigna, the black gram and the Gadmal. One of the important activities of NBPGR is the exchange of material, because nodal agency is NBPGR, and whatever to and fro movement of the material takes place, it is done through NBPGR. And you can see we have imported large number of germplasm expressions, particularly in the case of pulses from PGI sources, from other sources. We could get material, and also by facilitating this, we also earn some money which is being utilized and re-plowed into the improvement program. One of the characterization activities which Dr. Kuldeep and several other colleagues in NBPGR is doing is identification of trait-specific genotype. I will not go line by line. This presentation will be here, and it can be put on the website of the conference which is being held. And we have several lines which are imported through Indian from IITR Kanpur, also from IR in New Delhi, ICR, NBPGR, and you can see here large number of expressions for single trait or double trait specific genotypes which are being, or germplasm expressions imported. For example, in white, the thyroid germplasm imported by NBPGR, and it is mentioned through the EC number, which is there in the PGR portals of NBPGR. And PGR portal is one of the systems where you can easily search and retrieve the data for your requirement, because the PGR management is also one of the key components of sustainability, and we are looking for increasing our pulse production and productivity to feed the ever-growing Indian population. And I think this is one of the important activities which is being done by NBPGR through collaboration of other organizations. One of the important examples of collaboration is the STOL project, the stress-tolerant orphan legume, which we call, which is done through ICR, NBPGR, and also the Kirk House Trust from UK. And this project has already completed. We are contemplating the extension of this project, and the partnering countries are Burkina Faso, Ghana, Kenya, Mali, Namibia, Niger, Nigeria, and several other countries from Africa. And the crops are one of the most, I think, overlooked crops among the pulses, like hot gram, marama bean, dolichos, moth bean, rice bean. And under this, to and fro movement has taken place. India has exported and also imported germplasm of several crop species. For example, we have sent material of dolichos, mung bean, horse gram to Burkina Faso, Ghana, and several of the West African countries. 211 samples have been sent to each of these countries. And also we have imported some of the newer crops like Bambara groundnut, what they call, which is actually a Vigna species which has grown, imported in Hyderabad station of NBPGR. And it was imported from Mali, Niger, and also some of the cowpea accessions which are imported and grown at Delhi and Bambara nut. Quarantine, I will not go into detail, but if any materials movement is there, we have to, as per the PQ order, plant quarantine order 2003, we have to check whether any unknown disease which is not prevalent in India is not coming into the country, and also we are successfully blocking those diseases which are not there in the country of designation, so that there is no complication arising out of this. And for this, we do a plant quarantine inspection with a protocol which has been issued by the government of India. In this, which came from Colombia, the core set of the French bean was grown and inspected. And there is a regular inspection of our team which visits. Now, when we see the status of the gene blank accession which we have at the moment is, as far as pulses are concerned, is number of accessions is roughly around 66,000. And I'm very pained to say that actually breeders which are actively involved in plant breeding activities are not taking into cognizance what we have at the bank, and they are never utilizing this for the improvement program. So I thought it would be a full house here, madam, but unfortunately, no, people are not so responsive, because you see, in such a situation, large number of speakers come of international repute. For example, Dr. Shivkumar gave a very brief account. Students could have participated and learned many things out of this. So, you see, statewide collection is also there from all the states as far as pulses are concerned. And gene bank utilization in terms of having these lines in the crossing program, the improvement activity has been done, but not to a satisfactory note. As I said earlier, there is much to be done in future, so that our dependence on the import of pulses and also the oil side is reduced. In this exercise, we have planted a course chickpea, entire set of chickpea, and summarized to a core set comprising of around 1,100 lines, which is further being evaluated for the development of mini core and the molecular core, which is, of course, a regular exercise at National Bureau of Plant. Same way in lentil also we have done this. And almost all the pulses, we have a core set. For example, in green gram, 400 lines are there in the core set: cowpea, black gram, horse gram, mock bean. One of the important activities in the consortium research project under agro-biodiversity is the component 1, 2, and 3, the evaluation, characterization, and pre-breeding, in which we have done screening for abiotic species, for biotic species, and we have identified large number of superior accessions which are readily available for all the breeding programs throughout the country to be utilized in the crossing program. We have also identified some of the unique germplasm lines which have special character. For example, we have unique seed morphophyte with an intact funiculus, which is being documented in several other crops. I will not go into the detail of this. And we have also been able to predict through the NIS model for the quality parameters in pulses. Pre-breeding is one of the most important activities, and it is being carried forward in lentil, in Vigna species, in chickpea, and Lathyrus for various traits. And interspecific hybridization of Vigna species is being carried out. We have established a crossing block with enhanced photo period, which has helped us in inducing the flowering. And we also done activities on in the distant hybridization program, where the flowering of two species is not pairing with each other. Then we have utilized the cryo-preserved pollens with its full efficiency. And in some of the cases, the performance of the cryopreserved pollen was much more than what we get the fresh one. And I was mentioning about the CRP, we had done more than 10,000 evaluation, 10,000 extractions of PNP for various traits. Several of the lines identified ready for use by any of the breeding program in the country by signing a MTA. In component 2, we have taken up lentil. I am not going into the details. Unfortunately, we are running short of time. In CRPAB component 2 chickpea, we have screened for different biotic stresses. For example, Escochyta blight is a very severe disease, and we don't find any resistant material in that. We have fortunately found some of the lines, to be precise, for highly resistant expressions which can be utilized for the improvement program. We also do registration of the unique trait germplasm expression, and so far we have registered more than 2,000 lines. And by registering this, your IPR gets protected, and wherever this material is being utilized for the crop improvement program, I think it's a kind of IPR protection for that. They need to take permission and all those, but we also are documenting these lines as one of the collections of trait-specific germplasm. We have done this in legumes also. More than 209 lines have been registered so far. We also did phenotype by sequencing GBS of minor pulses crops, and for this we have utilized several accession lines of green gram, cowpea, black gram, moth bean. We also are contemplating to develop and are in the process of developing genomic resources, SNP discovery in lentil through whole genome resequencing, generation of genomic resources, and identification of genes and pathways with grain size in rice bean, direct germplasm utilization either from the germplasm extraction or the imported material is also happening, and many of the varieties have been developed in this case. We are in the process of documenting this because it's a time of IPR and we need to document all this. We also have done, as I was mentioning earlier, several of the databases which is open to everybody, which you can easily get access on the nbpgr.org.in website, and you can see here PGR map, JETS, Gene Bank, and all other kinds of things have happened. And we are also making farmers, because farmers are very, very important for us. And many of the cases, particularly in the tribal areas, farmers are the conservators of the community seed gene bank. This is very common in Odisha. This is very common in southern Madhya Pradesh. And many of the NGOs like M.S is working in Odisha and other places in collaboration with the ICR institutions and also the CG institutions like ICADA, IRI, and other. So this is one of the important activities. With this, this presentation ends here. And should there be any questions, I think Dr. Shivakumar, over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. It was really very nice presentation. Now we have a full picture about the germplasm, what we have. Now it is for all of us how we utilize that. So any questions from anyone? Because it is so elaborative that it is these are the numbers which you have to keep in mind. So thank you very much. Give a big round of applause. So now we are coming to the end of the session. We had three, presentations by three, person. Okay, so I think now we have been informed about the pulses, the germplasm, and about the maize, cereal, legume, and then the germplasm by which you can improve these crops. So I think now it is over to you, madam.
Thank you very much, sir, for the concluding remarks. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for the brilliant presentation. Thanks to our convener, coordinator, and rapporteurs. With this, we come to the end of the first session. Now, let us have the lunch break. And now, after the lunch break, Let us gather back for the next session on the theme of sustainable agriculture and horticulture and agrochemicals. I would request all of you to kindly proceed for lunch and then please join in next half an hour for the next session. Thank you. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is arranged in CIET campus, just opposite to OUAT. We can go there and have our lunch. Let us go to the CIET campus. Thank you.
Arupji, you are getting the sound?
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome after the lunch break. Once again, let's settle down for the next session, which is on the compelling theme of sustainable agriculture and horticulture and agrochemicals. Let us move ahead with the session. All are requested to kindly settle down. Let us welcome the chair for the session, Professor B.P. Sahi, esteemed head of Department of Genetics and Plant Breeding from Prayagraj, all the way along from Prayagraj. Let's welcome him to us with a round of applause. Can we join hands to welcome sir? Now, starting with the sessions, the first speaker for the session was Dr. G. Baiju, esteemed director, ICAR, CTCRI. Sir, with your permission, one speaker is online. He has already joined as we are already running late. So with your permission, we would like to continue with his presentation. Let us welcome Dr. Ajit Kumar Sassani, esteemed director, CSIR, NBRI, Lucknow. We welcome you, sir, and he is talking on internal immunity in plants for biotic stress tolerance. Let us welcome Dr. Ajit Kumar Sassani. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Very warm welcome, sir.
Yeah.
Let us have a round of applause to welcome Dr. Sassani. Sir, over to you. Let us start the presentation.
So you are seeing my screen?
No, sir, not yet. Please share your screen.
Stop sharing. इसको करना है चलिए एप्लीकेशन कर दीजिए ठीक है शेयर करूँ Now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Please go for it.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, respected chairman and friends, whoever are there in the auditorium. So I will be talking about secondary metabolites and internal immunity of plants. I belongs to National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow. The tagline is where plant-based research touches life through innovation. So this institute started in 1948. I'll not go into the detail, but our work is mainly on lesser known plants, and to make them famous, the plants which are not being used, we don't work mostly on the crop plants, but some of the gaps in the crop plants, but still then all botanical aspect we do in all the plants. The focused R&D areas are floriculture mission, conservation of threatened plants, underutilized plants, bioprospection, climate resilient plants, arsenic risk assessment, natural product development, Indian lotus, then genetic improvement of plant resources. So starting from taxonomy to molecular biology, we work also the genome editing. So we have the presence in all over India. So we work in floriculture mission for the livelihood enhancement. Having said so, I'll be coming down directly to the stress. So we have biotic stress and abiotic stress. And I will be concentrating on biotic stress today. And our constitution says that we have to provide highly nutritious food to all the citizens of India. And for this reason, we have to look for the future because of the climate change. And you know, the insect pest and the bacteria and fungi and viruses which are earlier not the plant which are not host to these particular virus, bacteria, fungi, insect, whatever you say, biotic stresses, now they are becoming host due to climate change because of the ecological changes and the behavior of the plants is changing and all the biotic stress behavior is also changing. So before that, coming to a concept as synteny. Synteny means in strictly breeding term, if two genes are in one chromosome, very closely linked, they are being inherited together. So they are syntenous. But in biochemical terms, if the metabolic pathway present in one plant is present in another plant, there is pathway synteny. automatically there is metabolite synthesis. So if we consider 1000 plants, then 228 plants contain linalool, 377 plants contain osimine. So many plants contain diverse molecules as well as many plants contain similar molecules. If similar molecules are there, the genes of the biochemical pathway must be similar. Similarly, the other pathway, no need to worry about the pathways, and you need not take it into the head. Just listen to me and get the essence out of that. So in this pathway also, if you take 1000 plants, so 57 plants they contain rosmarinic acid. That doesn't mean the other plants which doesn't contain rosmarinic acid, they don't contain. There may be trace amount within that plant. So the biochemical pathway as well as the metabolites, they are synchronous in those plants. So the upper red line, you are seeing a red line in the middle. The upper portion is primary metabolism and secondary metabolism downstairs. I am going too fast because the time is 15 minutes. And I have written down the plants in the left-hand panel, which are more producing monoterpenoids, sesquiterpenoids, diterpenoids, triterpenoids. So those plants which are producing sesquiterpenoid doesn't mean that they are not producing monoterpenoids, but sesquiterpenoids are dominant in nature, like these alkaloids and phenylpropanoids. So if you remember, during the corona period, there was a locust infestation from Pakistan border. These locusts, they came to India and they have flown all over North India. So in CMAP, at the time I was in CMAP, all the medicinal plants were standing tall, but all other crop plants, they were being destroyed. So what does it mean? The medicinal plants which are actually which are containing lots of metabolites, they are not being eaten away. So other plants like Artemisia and lemongrass, they are standing tall. They were not eaten away by this locust. So this is a clue. This is a clue for the stress tolerance nature of the plant. And if you consider our food crop, so when the Green Revolution started, Green Revolution in India, so we started breeding crops for high yield. Then a good breeder is a good breeder when he focuses only his character, what he wants to choose, and reject all other plants. So we have lost many good character or the genes during the time of selections, which may be metabolites. And if you ask your grandfather, then he will tell the food he was eating earlier was tasty, and right now food which is that not much tasty. So what does it mean? Many of the secondary metabolites producing genes are being debunked in the food crop, or they are not provided. For that reason, we are getting new pest and insect these plants are inviting. So definitely the secondary metabolites, they have certain role for the internal immunity. And right now we are proceeding towards the organic farming and natural farming. Unless and until we don't have internal immunity in the plants, then we have to apply different plant metabolites or any other thing which you are telling natural pesticides from outside. But instead of that, if you improve the natural immunity of the plant through internal immunity, increasing the metabolites, correcting the genes which are being defunct in due course of time of breeding, then definitely it will be beneficial. So in the plants, they have armory. In the plants armory, which are the compounds, terpenoids, alkaloids, flavonoids, and many compounds are there, which are secondary metabolites. And there are literature also. These molecules, in the left-hand side, they are insecticidal activity, and right-hand side, they are antimicrobial activity. They may be fungi or bacteria. One example, a small molecule which is produced in plant, if it is increased in the plant, this is hexanol. This hexanol increases the formation of callose, and this callose indirectly give tolerance to tomato yellow leaf curl virus. So there are examples. Another literature we find the isoprene, terpenes, and the pinene, alpha-beta pinene, and beta-caryophyllene. Beta-caryophyllene induces the jasmonic acid pathway and induces immunity to Pseudomonas syringae. Isoprene and alpha and beta pinene, they induces the salicylic acid pathway and they improve the internal immunity. Again, in our work, we have found that if we increase, this is in Widania sominifera, if we increase the expression of certain genes, these are cytochrome genes, we get some specific widonolides increased, and they instead give tolerance to Pseudomonas syringae in Widania sominifera. Another example from our work, that is in potato. If you increase the farnesyl, this is again a small molecule, terpene, monoterpene, increase the farnesyl expression, then the potato late blight disease is being reduced. The potato become tolerant to potato late blight disease. Again, when I was working in NIPB, so this is the work of Miss Rohini Srivastava, in which we are working together. So what we did, we found that there are Cajanus platycarpus, which is the wild type ancestor of Cajanus cajan, arar dal. So what happens if there are phenylpropanoids amount is decreased, then Cajanus cajan becomes susceptible to pod borers. So we sequenced Cajanus platycarpus, and Cajanus cajan sequence was already available. When you compared that some of the molecules, then we checked all the molecules against this pod borer, starting from all the anthocyanin and many more molecules for the phenylpropanoid pathway. We found epicatechin 3 gallate. Epicatechin 3 gallate is the potent molecule which actually restrict the growth of pod borer. And why it is like that? And this the expression of epicatechin 3 gallate is much more in platycarpus in comparison to trace amount expression in the Cajanus cajan, the arar we are eating. So what we did, then we went for tobacco expression of this gene. When it is increased in expression, then definitely it became more tolerant to pod borer. So it doesn't eat the tobacco leaf. Also, we found the expression is much more in platycarpus because of the MAB element, lots of MAB element present in the promoter region of F3, that particular gene, which is present in the middle of the production of epicatechin 3 gallate. Then we analyzed again all the compounds, and we found that when this particular compound is much more expressed, then it is tolerant to pod borer. Then why it happens? What happens in the insect? Why insect actually die? In the insect, when you feed epicatechin 3 gallate, then there is reduced lipogenesis, lipid formation is less, and lipolysis increases, means degradation of lipid is higher. For that reason, the insect is not able to come up in a good shape, and it dies ultimately. Another example from our work, Mentha piperita, it produces 0.5% viridifluoral. When the viridifluoral, we increased the viridifluoral concentration to 25% in the essential oil. Then it became tolerant to again the insect, larva of insect, that Heliothis armigera. So like this, in Artemisia annua, if you stop the phenylpropanoid pathway by making a RNA here, C4H gene, in a red color it has been demarcated, then definitely there is a reduction in the lignin, because it inhibits all the pathway of lignin biosynthesis also. So even the lignin biosynthesis is inhibited, then xylem and phloem formation is less. Also, the soluble phenylpropanoids are less. For that reason, the plant becomes susceptible to sucking insect pests as well as different algae and fungi. What we did again? We again expressed in a higher amount the PAL gene. If PAL gene is expressed, the cinnamic acid is more. Earlier, cinnamic acid is more because we have stopped the cinnamic acid from coumaric acid formation. Now, PAL gene expressing cinnamic acid, also it is forming coumaric acid, also it is forming lignin. So the plants are not lanky, they are not weak, so they are not being attacked by this insect and pest. And cinnamic acid also improves the artemisinin content through a different pathway, through salicylic acid, benzoic acid to salicylic acid and artemisinin. So both the things occur. And now the earlier fungi and bacteria which are actually attacking the plant because of that phenyl propanoids and lignin content, less lignin content. Now the lignin content was normal. This particular bacteria and fungi, they are not attacking that plant. Another plant is mentha. In mentha, we have different species of mentha. They produce different compound, and because of the blockage in different part of the pathway, and for that reason, the insect and pest visiting the plants are different. So we found in one plant there is menthofuran. Menthofuran is mentha piperita, not in other plants. And when analyzing that, we found the introns, a single intron is there in all the genes. Though the plants are having, all the species are having menthofuran synthesis gene, but the introns, they are not being spliced out in a proper way in all other plants except mentha piperita. So that is because of the evolution. For that reason, it is a differential susceptibility to different insect pests and bacteria fungi are there. You see the plants vetiveria, that is Benachera, you tell in Uria, Benachera. So there are number of huge amount of molecules that is found in the root itself. And believe me, this plant is tolerant to insect pest, tolerant to bacteria and fungi, tolerant to any type of stress, waterlogging stress, water deficiency stress, salt stress, cold stress, heat stress. This plant survives. Even if 10-15 days it is underwater, it will survive. So these molecules play an important role, and this will be playing in one important role in future to define the susceptibility as well as immunity of the plants towards different insect and pest, bacteria and fungi in future. Having said so, I should stop here. I am thinking that I am within time. Thank you very much giving me a chance to the organizer. And if you have any question, then you can ask me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the commendable presentation.
Thank you. It was really a nice presentation. If there are, although we are running short of time, maybe a quick question if anyone has.
Sir, I'm Arup Mukherjee.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for excellent lecture. Only problem is that it is so short. So really it was difficult to enjoy because a little elaborated would have been more. So my question is that, sir, those experiments you have done in the laboratory under net house condition or field condition?
Both net out condition and laboratory condition. We have to take them, these plants, to the field condition.
Okay, sir, they have not been tested in under field condition, right?
No, it has not been tested.
Okay, because what I'm telling.
But some of the plants like mentha, they are in field.
Mentha, I know, sir, your work. I have seen several times. This is really wonderful work, sir. And sir, what is the economic feasibility of using these chemicals?
Which chemicals? I am not using any chemical.
No, not
only
secondary metabolites. Sorry, secondary metabolites.
I am only playing with the genes
Okay.
to define the internal immunity of the plant, so that you need not spray chemical from outside.
Okay, understood. Means inner immunity are increasing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So no cost involved. When the plants are there, then you are reducing the cost of cultivation.
Okay. So no need not to secondary isolation or secondary metabolization application. Yeah,
no need to isolate.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. So we move on to the next talk. So after hearing how phytoelections and how plants defend themselves, we are going to hear about the impact of climate change. And for that, we have Dr. G. Baiju, Director, ICR CTCRI. So please, sir.
Baiju sir, I am leaving. Sir, namaskar. I am leaving. I would like to enjoy your lecture, but I have to go somewhere.
Thank you, sir. Namaste.
Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Good afternoon, respected chairman, distinguished delegates of this international conference. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to talk to you about the topic of general importance, climate change and food security. So I am from Central Tuber Crops Research Institute in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. As most of us know, even though plants appeared on this planet more than 60 crores of years ago, on this planet that has a lifespan of more than 460 crores. We know that humans started almost settled agriculture way back, probably about 8,000 to 11,000 years ago. But chemical agriculture, we are now talking all the importance of the climate change and discussions and research on climate change has been due to the discovery and use of chemical in the field of agriculture. That has only a history of less than 200 years. After the first chemical fertilizers were developed probably in 1840s in Europe. So during the last 200 years, the chemical agriculture has been responsible for this kind of discussions and R&D activities on climate impact, even though we cannot forget the significant, the very high significant contribution of chemical farming in the field of agriculture in ensuring the food security. For example, in our country itself, our food grain production has increased more than 6 times, almost 6 times during the last 60 years, almost from the same area of land. The land area has not increased much, probably around 140 million hectares, but we could produce now more than 330 million tons from the same land area. Revolution we cannot forget. So had green revolution had not happened, there is another very good study in Nature which says that we would have to use another 1,200 million hectare additional land if we wanted to produce food production of the kind that we produce today from what the productivity that was during 1960s. We needed another 1,200 million hectare of land. So that is the kind of ecological contribution of green revolution. That also we should not forget. But along with that, because of the over application and imbalance in the use of chemical fertilizers, and after the industrial revolution, that is considered as the cutoff period for considering any climate change aspects, 1850s to 1900. From that day onwards, there has been a very significant increase in the atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration and other consequences. And that has very significantly influenced the food production and food security. So I'll be talking for about 10-15 minutes, a very bird's eye view of what is food security, climate change, and what was the impact and what we can do, what are the way forward. So food security, there is a very important definition given by World Food Summit in 1996, which was later on refined by adding one more term that is social. So food security is achieved when all people at all times are physical, social, that is very important, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food, which meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So I have already discussed the challenges that we have been facing in the field of agriculture, even though we achieved self-sufficiency. There were environmental challenges, were the first kind of challenges that we faced, which include loss of soil fertility, waterlogging, groundwater, surface pollution, pests and disease. Later on came the issue of climate change that has added a new dimension, a significant threat to Indian agriculture, not only Indian agriculture, global agriculture in general, and food security in particular. And when we discuss about climate change, especially in the field of agriculture, the climatic parameters that influence food production and food security are the temperature anomalies, then frequent heat waves, drought, extreme precipitation events, not the rainfall, total rainfall or difference in rainfall, but extreme precipitation events, number of rainy days has come down in many places, and the intense cyclone activities. These are the important climatic parameters that have actually been influencing the food production. And during 3 years ago, in 21, in Glasgow summit, our country has, we all know that we have, our Honorable Prime Minister has declared this Panchamrit that we are going to achieve by 2050. and one by 2070. Last will be by 2070 only. India will achieve the target of net zero by 2070, when most of the countries agreed to achieve the target by 2050. I am not going to read all those. These are just the background of the information. And this is actually mostly I have collected from a publication of Niti Aayog and also from some of the presentations of our DGICIR. We have achieved a lot from 1950 to 2023, if you see, but still we have a lot of responsibilities by 2047 when our country is going to become Vikasit Bharat. And when we are going to celebrate 100 years of our independence, we need to produce more considering the population. From the 330 million tons today, we need to achieve 520 million tons of food grain production. And in the case of horticulture sector, in which I am also working, the target is our aspirations are much more. From 355 million tons of production, we need to achieve 950 million tons. Similarly, these are our targets. And greenhouse, all these climatic changes are mostly due to the change in the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And from the field of agriculture, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide are the three greenhouse gases that have been contributing to the climate change. And it has increased so much from 280 in 1850-90 in the cutoff period before the beginning of Industrial Revolution. 280 ppm has today, it is about 420-25 ppm, that much increase. And last 10-11 years, the rate of increase has also been increasing. That is another alarming trend. Then methane is 790 it was. Today it is almost 2000 ppb parts per billion. Nitrous oxide from 270 ppb in 1990s has also increased to about 336, 340 parts per billion. And this is a very interesting information I have collected from some of the publications. Total greenhouse gas emissions. Then and now, if you see the total annual emission is about globally every year, we are adding additionally. This is a few years old data, but about 50 gigatons of additional carbon dioxide is added into the atmosphere. Every year, 50 gigatons, we are adding more and more. Today, it is little more than 50, about 54 gigatons or billion tons of carbon dioxide is added. And the lower carbon budget, that the statement says that our total carbon budget or maximum what we can emit to achieve our desirable target of 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2 degrees Celsius is only 400 billion tons. So in another less than 10 or 10 years, we will reach we will be crossing our ambitious target unless otherwise we are going to adapt and mitigate to these climate change aspects in a very, very systematic way. Otherwise, we are not at all going to achieve our ambitious targets of 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. Then contributions, this is a general slide, but agriculture, forestry, and land use, AFLU, we call, contributes about 18% out of the total. Major sector of climate change contributors are definitely energy and industry, transportation, energy production. But agriculture, 18% of the contribution is from agriculture, and major greenhouse gas that is actually produced from agriculture is actually not carbon dioxide per se, but mostly it is methane and nitrous oxide. Carbon dioxide as such is not emitted into atmosphere. In climate science, when we say carbon dioxide concentration, actually it means carbon dioxide equivalent concentration of all the greenhouse gases together. Carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, but then there are other industrial greenhouse gases. I am not talking on that, only those gases that have actually coming from agriculture sector. So methane and nitrous oxide emissions are the major contributors to greenhouse gas emission in the field of agriculture. And in our country also, this is actually very difficult maybe for you to read, but I will want to say that about 10% of the world total emission is from India. From the 10% of the total what is emitted from the field of agriculture, 1/10 is produced from India, and the major contribution is enteric fermentation of animals. That is, belching of animals actually is the major emission of methane. Then wetland paddy cultivation, nitrous oxide emission from wetland paddy. These are rice cultivation, we say. Then synthetic fertilizer production. There are many other aspects, but these are the major contributors. And this is a very interesting slide, major publication from our DGICR. And I have also contributed from tuber crops. We have done some studies on climate change and climate modeling. And rice, the global warming potential of rice is 1,221 gram of carbon dioxide equivalent per every kg of rice produced. For every kilogram of rice production, you are putting into the atmosphere 1,221 gram of carbon dioxide equivalent. But we see for pulses, it is only 300. Brinjal, 31. I'm telling cassava, it's one of tuber crops, especially cassava, yams. We have also done a lot of modeling studies and found that they are climate resilient crops. They are called future smart crop. I have not included the data because the topic is a general topic. Then another interesting aspect to be noted is animal food, the animal-based food products, poultry meat, mutton, egg. So all these, the global warming potential of animal food products are far higher than plant-based products. And so if that is also a new concept is now growing up in European countries, the vegan concept that is actually highly environment friendly compared to non-vegetarian food habits. Then rice, now for rice cultivation, since it is considered as one of the major contributors to global warming, a number of many new technologies and R&D activities are going on to develop CRA technologies, climate resilient agriculture technologies like intermittent wetting and drying, IWD, scientists call. So by which intermittent flooding and drying, we can reduce the global warming potential from 3,500 to 3,700, can be reduced to 900 to 1,000. Almost 1/3 can be reduced by different practices. There are a lot of studies in that direction. Then the impact of climate change, what is the impact on agriculture? Just a few information only. There are positive and negative impact. Increase in the carbon dioxide actually is a kind of carbon dioxide fertilization. That photosynthesis is enhanced, especially in C3 plants. There are certain studies that show. But that is actually compensated by the negative impact of increase in the temperature due to the atmospheric temperature increase. And the rice yield for every 1 degree Celsius, studies show that rice yield is declined by 10% for each 1 degree Celsius increase. And similarly, another information literature shows that if you double the carbon dioxide concentration, probably the study was conducted when it was about 300 ppm, that will decrease global rice yield up to 40%. There is a possibility to reduce the rice yield by 40%. And also not only the yield, the carbon dioxide concentration and the global warming is actually very negatively influencing the quality of the food product also, protein level in legumes, grain quality of cereals. So not only the quantity, the quality is also compromised due to climate change. Then similarly for wheat also, many studies which actually show a very negative consequences of the increasing atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration and global warming on yield of crops, not only yield, pests and disease, IAS, invasive alien species, many new species of pests and disease are reported. Then pollinators are affected. A number of pros and cons are there for climate change. And coming to when we talk about food security, you need only to discuss about the food production, but the entire agri-food system need to be taken into account. And actually significant impacts are there on food value chain, and it by negatively affecting the agricultural productivity of crop yields and cropping intensity. Then more erratic rainfall and higher temperature jeopardize the quality and the safety of food, I have already told. Then it also affects the food import, as many countries try to compensate for domestic food production loss. And food yield price spikes are there, price spikes and volatility, thereby reducing access to food and negatively affecting the quantity, quality, and dietary diversity of food consumed. So an agri-food system approach is essential to repurpose food and agricultural policy. That is what is now the latest thinking on addressing these issues. So when we talk of agri-food system, it is not only the agricultural primary food production, but it also encompasses the food distribution, linking production to consumption through food supply chain and up to the household consumption. This is a very interesting slide. Again, this is a presentation from our respected DG. We can say that from 2001, 2002 up to 2023, if you see, the blue lines are actually the normal years, normal rainfall years. And red lines are the abnormal rainfall years during 2001, 2002 up to 2014, 15. When there was an abnormal rainfall year, there was a decline in the food production, food grain production. But recently, after 2021 or from 20, you can see that 2021 was a normal year, but 21-22 was a abnormal rainfall year. But we could achieve food production in spite of the abnormal year due to the technological interventions that we have introduced in climate resilient agricultural technologies. So what are the way forward? A few more slides. So one most important aspect in climate resilient agriculture is development and deployment of tolerant varieties to different climatic parameters, drought, heat, flood, salinity. So, and in that case, we need to establish village seed bank and fodder banks for animals. That is very important, village level for easy and timely access. That is very important. Then zone specific CRI, climate resilient agriculture. Even though we have developed climate resilient agricultural technology, there is a necessity to develop climatic impacts, or the climate change impacts are very specific to different each locations and regions. So zone specific CRI technologies, village level agricultural contingency plans need to be developed. We have district level agricultural contingency plans. Then agri-food systems and non-agro enterprises should be given more trust based on the locally adaptable agri-food system. Then we need to study more and understand on the farming system typologies based on major climate related issues, and model climate resilient villages need to be developed. Then artificial intelligence and sensor-based, weather-based agro advisories and forecasting systems is very important. A holistic hotspot analysis of environmentally induced diseases to comprehend the interacting drivers of different, all this needs to be given more attention. Then fifth point is impact of climate change on gender. That is a very important topic to be addressed in future. Then ITK, we need to know what region, each village level or each region specific, what are the ITKs the farmers are actually taking when they face the different climate calamities. In collecting the germplasm, in protecting the natural resource, etc., needs to be promoted at village level. And the seventh point that I wanted to mention here is a well-structured institutional support is required with a strong government policy and convergence among various institutions for upscaling and outscaling of the proven climate resilient agricultural technologies. The last 3 points are incentives for adoption of resource conserving and climate. This is a very important aspect. When a farmer adopts a climate resilient agriculture technology, he sometimes he may compromise with his yield, but we need to work, estimate and find what is his contribution to the ecosystem services, how much the farmer is contributing to the ecosystem service, and for which the farmers need to be compensated by monetary benefits or something like that. And then strengthening of agricultural extension and technology delivery service, including advanced ICT modules, is another very important aspect in this area of climate change and food security. And lastly, socio-psychological empowerment. That is also very important for farmers, besides developing competencies in acquiring knowledge and skills related to adaptation and policies. This is actually a very interesting information that has come in a publication, very recent publication by IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They say that there is a rapidly narrowing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. So one of the most very serious existential threat to humanity is not even COVID. The publication says it will be one of the most important existential threat will be climate change, unless and otherwise we adapt and mitigate the issues. So with this, I am concluding my very general talk on climate change and food security. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So if you have any questions, you can have a couple of quick questions. If that is not the case, then thank you so much, sir. And I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. M. Nedun Chenyan from ICRCTCRI. He will be talking about sweet potato, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Respected Chairman, Director Baiju, my senior colleagues. I am presenting on value chain development in sweet potato. Sweet potato is a very popular crop in eastern India. It belongs to family Convolvulaceae, and we have number of varieties. Usually, the varieties having different skin color, but inside is flesh color is white. And duration varies from different agroclimatic regions, from 3 months to 5 months. Yield from 15 to 20 tons per hectare. It contains starch. It is mainly grown for starch purpose. 18 to 23% starch is there. And dry matter is 20 to 25%. That is very important for processing. And it contains very rich amount of dietary fiber, 1 to 3.5%. It is a very essential nowadays. And also it contains some of the varieties, beta carotene, 3 to 14 milligram per 100 gram. It's equivalent to carrot. And anthocyanin, 5 to 95 milligram, equivalent to beetroot. And especially Odisha, 40,000 hectares it is cultivated and produced 4 lakhs tons of tuber. And as on today, we are consuming the tuber directly, and not even single kg is going for processing. But we have a processing technology. We are not doing any entrepreneurship in this. And also recently we have released 2 varieties, which are Bhuswana and Bhukrishna. As I said, that sweet potato means inside flesh will be white. Outside skin may be pink, red, brown, whitish. But we have developed a variety. Inside color is orange color. It indicates presence of beta carotene, precursor for vitamin A. The another one is purple color, both skin and flesh. It indicates presence of anthocyanin. It's rich in antioxidants and good for cancer. And at present, what we do the tuber? Fresh tuber, generally as a tuber, fresh tuber we are consuming. And we can make lot of things out of it. We can go for chips production. We can go for flour production like ragi flour, rice flour. We can go for that. We can extract the starch. It has a lot of industrial application, bioethanol production, biodegradable plastics. From the flour, you can go for bakery products, snacks, pasta, noodles. And also we can go for color extractants. Nowadays, it is getting attention because of pigment extraction, vitamin extraction, mineral extractions. That is possible. We are having new varieties. Now, this is let us see. This is the varieties Bhuswana and Bhukrishna. You can go for biofortified chips production. Usually, chips is produced from potato only. To some extent, in Kerala, we produce chips from cassava tapioca. But there is a very good possibility of producing chips from sweet potato. It need not require big equipment and other things. Only a very small few equipments. One is a chipping machine. Slicer is required. Another is a frying machine. So one can start any entrepreneurship with this small investment of less than 1 lakh. And we can go for jam production. Usually jam is produced from fruits only. And there is a good opportunities for going jam production from sweet potato. The jam produced from beta carotene rich Bhuswana and anthocyanin rich Bhukrishna, it is excellent in taste and other aspects. And the colors are natural color. It's a natural color. It's not added color. It's a very good. And sauce also you can produce from the sweet potato. So apart from that, we can go for flour production, because sweet potato, the shelf life is 30 days, 25 to 30 days only. Afterwards, it shrinks. And sometimes rotting will be there and drying will be there. So even though it is having good amount of nutritional properties, other things, and we cannot enjoy, we cannot consume throughout the year. The best way of consuming the product is going for value-added product, especially making the flour. Flour is the basis for many of the product, like wheat flour, maida, like that. In the place of maida, where gluten is the big problem for many of the people, allergic celiac disease is causing. In that place, we can substitute wheat and maida with sweet potato. Sweet potato is completely gluten free. And it's good for those who are suffering from celiac disease. And the best way is going for chips, flour production, very simple. Chip it, dry it, and pound it. You make it flour. That flour can be made from simple way. Slicers are there, flour making machine. Then flour mill is there. You dry it and you make it dough making. You can go for dough making, and different value, different products in household level. You can go for production of consumption as chapati or roti, or going for cakes and other things, natural household level. Even you can go for snacks food production, Gantia, Save. The missions are very simple, available. Snack food missions are there. Very simple mission. One can easily start entrepreneurs. And we have developed a nutritional nutri meal with the sweet potato in combination with other millets and pulses. We have developed a nutri meal with 8 variants, very rich in nutrition, especially in fiber and protein, along with carbohydrate. So good for health and good for children and good for aged people also. Like chattu, you can mix with water and you can consume it. It's a 1:3 ratio. You can mix. We have a technology. We have developed a cookies also from this. It's a very simple, like cookies prepared from wheat and maida. You can go for in place of wheat and maida with a sweet potato flour. As I said that it is a completely gluten free. Gluten is a major problem, celiac disease, especially Mangaloid rice, Chinese and Japanese, they don't consume this one, especially wheat. They generally prefer rice-based product only. Similarly, some of the Western countries also, gluten allergic is there. They also prefer gluten-free flour, like millets and sweet potato. As you know that in sweet potato, whatever noodles produced from Chinese, 95% of noodles comes from sweet potato only. It is not prepared from wheat. We are thinking that noodles are coming from noodles and pasta is prepared from maida or wheat. No, it is not at all. 95% of production in China is from sweet potato only. Sweet potato is one of the major crop in China. And you can prepare bread like multi-grain bread has come because they know the problem of maida. So in place of maida, they brought multi-grain. And we are suggesting instead of multi-grain, you can go for sweet potato. Sweet potato is the best. It's a completely gluten-free. And you can go for pizza base also with sweet potato flour. And there is a simple machine, baking machine. One baking machine is enough for you start entrepreneurship in biscuit industry. You can go prepare cookies, bread, cakes and other things. Very simple, not much investments. And you can go for pasta. It's the latest, the children's more like pasta. It's a very good pasta you will get. Anthocyanin rich pasta, keratin rich pasta, noodles you can get. It's also very simple machines are available around 5 to 10 lakhs only machine cost. One can install the machine and you can go for production as per your socio-economic conditions. Even 100 kg per day pasta also you can produce if you are able to market it. Or if you want to, if you have a capacity and market is there, you can go for higher investment and a bigger size pasta making machine. Flour is the basis for this machine. And there are different versions of pasta making machines are there, flour based and tabletop based. And you can prepare kurkure. You know, the kurkure is prepared from rice, generally rice flour only. And you can use in place of rice flour, sweet potato flour. This machine is a little bit costlier, around 30 lakhs, and you can get very good kurkure. One can start either pasta or noodles or kurkure or any snack food item entrepreneurship. You can start because raw materials are available in Odisha. Around 4 lakhs tons of tubers are produced. These are the some of the work, and you can go for puppet making. It is also best way of sweet potato flours are best for puppet making. And also very good for wine making. We have technology for wine making, rich in this newly released variety, anthocyanin rich variety and vitamin C variety. You can also go for alcohol making because these are all carbohydrate source and also 3 months only duration, 3 to 5 months only. Wherever 3 months duration is there and the yield is 20 tons per hectare, these are very good options. At present, the government of India is not allowing for commercial production of alcohol or bioethanol from food stock. They are only allowing other than food stock like fodder, sorghum and other things. So if government of India is allowed, these are the good potential. This crop is having very good potential for production of alcohol and wines. And apart from that, I want to tell this Odisha is rich in arrowroot biodiversity. You may be knowing Britannia is producing Britannia thin arrowroot biscuit. If you go and see the content, it is 0.2% only. Only just 2 gram per 100 gram, 1 kg of flour, maida. Because of its goodness, they are putting thin arrowroot name. But arrowroot itself is very good, that flour. But in Odisha, the consumption of arrowroot starch is very high, especially in tribal. You will not be imagining tribal people are consuming a lot because tribals are inaccessible, medicals inaccessible for them. So whenever they suffer any illness, the first choice is they take little amount of arrowroot starch, dissolve in hot water and they drink. That gives energy for them, that gives strength for them. So Odisha is having 3 types of arrowroots, especially that West Indian arrowroot, Queensland arrowroot, and East Indian arrowroot. All the 3 arrowroots are cultivated commercially in Odisha in tribal areas exclusively for starch production. So this is the Kanna Idolis, very popular in Koraput region. This is a tribal farmers, Odisha farmers. The traditional way of extracting, of course, is a crude way. It is a you can say this after harvest of the paddy and other thing, non-agricultural seasons. It falls from December onwards, they go for starch extraction. This is a method of extraction. It may be unhygienic, but we have developed a starch extraction machine. It has a capacity of 1 kg, 20 kg per hour extraction. It's very good, very hygienically you can make. This helped the farmers very lot because our machine costs around 1 lakh rupees. When we given to the farmers, they simplified it, very simple. And this farmer, you can see, he has removed all the stainless steel part, only rasper he put, and he was operating with a minimum of around just 500 rupees is enough for starch extraction for him. This way, our technology is modified and used as per socio-economic conditions of the tribal farmers. That way, we are very happy. Our technology has reached and they modified and they're using that one for processing of the arrowroot starch. And this is the arrowroot starch. And we incubator sit with us and he has developed a Palua laddu and now he is doing exporting. The laddu is completely arrowroot starch only and doing export business. He is our incubating. This is a wide, very good scope for sweet potato and arrowroot in Odisha especially. One can start entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. Eat healthy and think positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if there are any quick questions, that is not the case, then we go ahead. And I request Dr. Samrendra Mahapatra to please. Dr. Mahapatra will be talking about value chain development of high value agriculture leading to nutritional security. Sir.
So good afternoon to all the participants and esteemed delegates those who have come from different organizations from different part of the country. My area of talk will be on especially focus on value chain development. Of course, I have conducted a study on groundnut in Jajpur district of Odisha, which I will tell subsequently. Now, as you know, we have shifting from subsistence agriculture, that is the basic food grains, to commercial like rice, wheat, pulses, to commercial crops like sugarcane, cotton, oilseeds, etc. But subsequently, now the recent trend is growing high value agriculture, especially in the area of horticulture, horti produce like fruits, vegetables, floriculture, and then also in the area of livestock, that is dairy, milk and value added product of milk, fishery and value added product of fish, and also the poultry, that is meat, egg, etc. These are taken as the high value products. From the same patch of land, we can get more income. That's why the farmers are interested for this high value agricultural produce. During my last visit to Anand, I have seen some of the farmhouses owned by the agri entrepreneurs, those who are implemented the this integrated farming. And I have seen really it is excellent way. They have 4 to 5 farmhouses with integrated farming structure, quite ecological. There's quite a balanced approach of growing organic crop with the livestock, and they have added lot of things to make it more profitable. They are having the dairy farm and also fishery. They have adopted the, some of them are also having poultry, and in addition to crop, and it is purely organic crop, because the plant residue is used for the animal feed, whereas the animal residue is used to be used in the crop. There are eucalyptus plantations surrounding the farmhouses, 2 to 3 farmhouses, where there are attracts lot of birds. There are bird droppings, which again improves the fertility of the soil. The water bodies are developed, which helps in improving the soil health, porosity, and as a whole, it gives a very good ecological and balanced environment for growing different selected vegetables and fruits, and which they have also attracting the tourists, that is for agri and rural tourism. They are having some mini transit house where they attract the visitors from nearby cities like Ahmedabad, Mumbai, who come regularly to visit with family outing. They spend days, and also uh, they enjoy the organic cooking, the organic produce that is grown in the farmhouse. So that is a good thing which attracts. Then I thought, why not the same thing can be replicated to other states where there is a lot of potential in Odisha also. And depending on the major production clusters, like we are having the maize in Nabarangpur, then we have got the vegetables in Keonjhar, and also the turmeric in Kandhamal district, then ginger in Koraput district. So there are various production clusters which can be used. And here one thing is more important, like the empowering the small and marginal farmers, because in India, we are having more than 85% farmers are small and marginal, having less than 2 acres of land. And for them, the solution is empowering them through formation of farmer producer companies, which is now the trend is of more and more FPOs being formed, so that they can avail and use all the advanced methods, starting from agri inputs, starting from the logistics facilities, cold storage facilities, mechanization, farm mechanization, all this they can avail, which is obviously not feasible for a small farmer having 1 acre or 1.5 acres of land. So that is a perfect example of value addition at different stages of the chain, starting from input, quality input, through contract farming with the tie-up with the corporates, then empowerment, formation of the farmer producer companies, and also the support given, the agri advisory support given by the corporates, in addition to the government network of agriculture departments and state agriculture universities throughout the India. So with respect to these, some of the points which I selected is the prioritize the nutri-rich crops, focus on cultivating, promoting high-value crops with significant nutritional content like fruits, vegetables, legumes, nuts, and animal products like dairy products, dairy, fishery, poultry, etc. Encouraging diversification of crop production to encourage a balanced approach and nutritional diet, strengthening the production practices, that is promoting the sustainable and climate resilient agriculture, in increase the yields and also quality of high value crops. Invest in R&D activities which is spent by the corporates, those who have got their own interest, either by contract farming, by selecting some of the rich farmers, selected farmers in their nearby clusters, whom they tie up for supplying the quality agricultural produce for further process in their farm for value addition through branding, packaging, and distributing through their network of retail outlets throughout the country. And also, they are also supplying, ensuring quality agri inputs for the farmers right from the inception. And with respect to post-harvest handling and processing, minimizing the post-harvest losses by proper storage, but because they are tying up with the cold storage facility and cold chain facilities, then logistics, loading, unloading, transporting point to point with minimum of losses, develop, support agro-processing industries, and encourage the rural educated youth also for switching over to agri entrepreneurs. Also the farmers, some of the farmers has been also seen they are shifting from not only farming, but also as a agri entrepreneur, making it more profitable, sustainable farming practices, and promote value added products from this high value agri produce like horticulture, especially from horticulture produce, jams, juice, pickles, processed foods, etc. Enhancing the market access, that is more important in India. We are good in production, but however, we are lacking in productivity and we are lacking in market linkage, which has to be given top priority so that the farmers can get better return of their investment in commercial terms. Develop efficient market linkages between producer to consumers, including the farmer producer organization, cooperatives, self-help groups, e-commerce platforms. Nowadays, with the support of this digital platform like online national agri marketing portal, ENAM, and also the agri commodity exchanges in India, which supports the farmers for exchanging the products at the highest possible value with the linking to the traders and vendors in that platform, national level platform. Improve in the rural infrastructure, which is already taken care in cooperative basis and also by the farmer producer companies, which is precondition for improvement of this perishable or highly perishable agri produce. Facilitate access to credit and insurance, because there is a risk, production risk, there is a market risk, there is a finance risk. So at every stage, how to take care of these factors so that farmers will be compensated and they will be assured of the same. The every stage there is a support like agri insurance for production, taking care of the production risk in case of any natural calamity, and market risk, that is the contract farming, which assures the farmers for taking entire produce at the pre-decided price, and also they can join mm, the ENAM platform, which is encouraged by the district level administration through the APMC mandis linked to the ENAM and again linked to the agri commodity exchanges. So the networking also helps a lot. They promote inclusive value chains, that is ensures the small farmers, the women farmers, marginalized communities to benefit from the value chain development initiatives. Then provide training and capacity building, which is very important, about the good agricultural practices, about how to take care of the marketing part, how they can access to the markets through different support services given, and then implement fair pricing mechanisms, ensures equitable distribution of the profits. So the main problem in India is the farmers, they are getting up to 30-35%, that is 1/3 of the price. The rest is enjoyed by the intermediaries. So for obvious reasons. And then about the public-private partnership, which is also getting more popular, PPP mode, encourage collaboration between the government agency, private sector companies, research institutes, and the civil society organization to leverage the resources and expertise, creating an enabling environment for the private sector investment in agri-food sector. Then focus on quality and safety aspect, implementing the stringent quality control measures throughout the value chain. So the thing is, what is the existing one status and what is required by the marketplace? So find out, identify the gap analysis, and then accordingly the taken steps can be taken how to close the gap. That is the concept of value chain mapping. So you first analyze the status, try what is the gap exist, and try to close the gap at different stages of the chain. Adhere to the food safety standards and regulations to ensure the consumer confidence, access to safe and healthy foods. Then promote good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices to maintain quality as well as safety. Now, with respect to leverage the technological aspect, utilize technology for improved production, improved processing and marketing, the major 3 steps in the chain. Implement precision agriculture techniques, data-driven based decision making, then GPS guided irrigation and drone based monitoring to enhance the efficiency and production of the entire agriculture chain. Leverage the e-commerce platforms, digital marketing tools to connect the farmers with consumers and thereby expand the market reach. With respect to climate change aspects, developing a climate resilient agricultural practices to mitigate the impacts of the climate change on crop production, and promoting sustainable land and water management practices to conserve the natural resources, investing in the research and development to develop the climate resilient crop practices. Now, what is required is also to promote the sustainable consumption patterns from consumers' point of view, encourage consumers to make informed food choices by promoting the consumption of locally produced seasonal and nutritious foods, seasonal fruits, reduce the food waste at all the stages of the value chain, starting from production to consumption, and promote sustainable and ethical consumption practices such as the fair trade and organic farming. Then with respect to policy, they strengthen the policy and institutional support, create an enabling policy environment, and supports the develop the high value agriculture value chains, provide adequate financial and technical support to the farmers and agribusiness sector, strengthening the role of government agencies to promote and facilitate the value chain development. Then with respect to Odisha, about the groundnut, which I have made a study with respect to three different stakeholders, the producer, trader, and the consumer. So I have found there are a lot of gap exist. There is a lot of scope for improvement in order to improve the entire chain from the farmer's end to the consumer end. Groundnut is a key oilseed crop contributing to food, nutritional and livelihood security. It serves as a source of protein, edible oil, and feed for the livestock. Cultivated mainly in rain-fed regions, groundnut plays a role in crop diversification, soil fertility, and improvement through the nitrogen fixation. Some of the companies like Godrej Agrovet also entered to tie up with the farmers for value addition to the groundnut. Challenges of groundnut production is low productivity due to traditional farming practices and low adoption of improved seeds, inadequate irrigation facilities and dependency on the monsoons, which has been noticed in many of the districts, post-harvest losses from inadequate storage facility and processing infrastructure, limited market access for the smallholder farmers due to fragmented value chains, because that is can be only ensured with the support of professional agency and professional advisors. With respect to value chain integration, starting from input supply, promotion of high yielding, drought resistant groundnut varieties, availability of quality seeds, biofertilizers, and pest resistant technologies, and with respect to training and capacity building, farmers training programs on best agronomic practices, pest management and crop rotation, collaboration with KVKs of the State Agriculture University for skill enhancement, and with respect to irrigation and infrastructure, improved irrigation facilities such as micro irrigation systems for water use efficiency, establishment of the rural storage centers and cold storage for better post-harvest management and reducing the post-harvest losses. Processing and value addition by developing the processing units for the groundnut oil, peanut butter, and other byproducts. Promotion of groundnut-based products for nutrition-sensitive agriculture. And with respect to market linkage, strengthening the cooperatives and farmer-producer organizations to enhance the collective bargaining power, direct market access through online national agriculture market portal, that is ENAM, as well as contract farming. Then role of policy support, government schemes like Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana for irrigation support, promoting private investment in processing and storage infrastructure through financial incentives, then public-private partnership for technology transfer and market access. With respect to impact of food and nutritional security, groundnut contributes to caloric and protein intake for rural households. Enhanced productivity and processing can ensure year-round availability of the nutritious products.
So please conclude, sir.
Income generation from groundnut farming enables improved household productivity. And with respect to sustainability and climate resilience, adoption of the climate smart practices to mitigate the risk of the erratic weather conditions, promoting intercropping with pulses or millets for diversified production systems. By integrating these measures into the value chain, Odisha can significantly enhance the groundnut sector's role in achieving the food and nutritional security while improving the livelihoods for majority of the small and marginal holder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, then thank you, Dr. Mahapatra. I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Raigar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahapatra. That was a brilliant presentation. Next up, we have our invited speaker, Dr. Hanuman Lal Raigar.
Sir, good afternoon. My lecture is the mainstreaming of the traditional potential crop for sustainable nutritional securities in India. I'm also acknowledge my friends, Dr. D. Misra, Dr. N.K. Prajapati, Dr. Rashmi, and Dr. S.K. Yadav, and Dr. N.K. Jajoria. Next, sir, special my lecture. What is my structure of this lecture? What do you need the traditional potential crop? What are the challenges? Next, what is the traditional potential crop provide us? What is the solution? And potential crop nutrition values. What are the efforts for mainstreaming of the potential crop at national levels? And way forward, how to come in the mainstream these crops? Especially what are the challenges now in our country, especially challenge global malnutrition. This is a very important issues in our country, in our global level also. Okay, this is our deficiency. The 2 billion people suffer from the micronutrient deficiency, vitamins, iron, zinc, and iodine. And also our weight. This is also situation in our country and other countries. The 905 million people are food insecure. So these are the next challenges is the climate change. So now is the average decline in the yield for 8 major crops across the Africa and South Asia, minus 8% by 2050. Next challenge is very important. The challenge is shrinking the biodiversity. The total हमारे पास globally identify the plant species. There are 390,000 species are identifies. Now only number of crops only 5,538 species are used for the food by the humans and throughout the histories. But now only 3 crops, the rice, maize, and wheat are currently providing up more than 50% of the world calories from our plant. So this is the situation. The total 12 crops that are together with the 5 animal species, they provide only 75% of world food today now. But in this situation, who know that due to global climate change, that these 4 species will also weep up in a future. So we can end up with this nothing, but maybe some new unknown species become our the stable food. So this is the situation. Now in our current scenario, our food basket and crop diversity. You see earlier how our basket like that now is come from the in packet food. So especially earlier our society now is a diversity cultivation, now is a monoculture. So this is the situation. Next is where the result where do we India we stand globally. So this is our situation. The hunger index in India rank 100. The different data is given in statistics there. The global multi-dimensional poverty index in 37th rank of one out of 103. The India ranks 114th rank in standing among the children age less than 5 years. So India is ranked the 3rd most obese country after USA and China. So these are different parameters in our different, and many suffer from the deficiency micronutrients, especially such as iron, vitamins, and zincs. So again, 51% women of the reproductive age suffer from the anemias in India. The rank in the 170th among the 185 countries. The 22% of adult women are overweighted. India ranked 150 among the 195 countries in the healthcare index. So India is most among the bottom. The 5 countries over the environmental performance index, the rank 177 out of 180 countries. So this is the situations of our India state. The Human Development Index India ranked 131. The India Healthcare assess the qualities and index of 44.8, and these are the legs behind the Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal. So this is the another scenario you can see the quality of the farm produce also decline. The quantity is increased, but quality is decreased. This is a very important. So every country, the different sources are giving the 40% different vegetable, fruit, reliable decline in the amount of protein, calcium, phosphorus, iron, riboflavin, vitamins, vitamin C, and other. So this is our situations in country. Next year, the also some information is also published. The older varieties of the fruits, varies in varies in healthcare. So this is totally day by day is decreasing. The now come our the traditional crop, potential crop. What is a potential crop? This is a earlier name. The now neglected, underutilized crop, underutilized species, or this is the orphan crops. This is a poor main crop. So now is known the our ICR is changed the name. There is a traditionally there is a potential crop. So among the because this is potential in terms of the nutrition, in terms of the qualities and fiber and parameter. These are the traditional potential crop. Why is it different from the others crop? This is a very important situation. Because this is differ from the stable crops in a fundamental way. They tend to be managed with the traditional system. This is very important. The traditional system they tend use the informal seed sources, involve the strong gender element. This is important. Another point is the process is laborious, grading, packaging, primitive, and product market locally with the limited involvement, the large enterprise. This is a very important feature of this. It will long been neglected by the mainstream agriculture, varieties, agronomies, genetic, economic, social, and culture reasons. So this is a potential crop totally ignored by the policymaker, agriculture, plant breeders. So this is the situation. Now this is what is it. Why need to go for the potential crop? Why you grow this? This is what is it. This very why is the necessity? This is necessity. What is the feature? The very thing. This is a diversification of the agriculture. Our is very special point. That local importance in consumption and production system is a very special. The low input environment. There is very less input are required for their cultivation. Make a better use margin land, especially there is some crop has not grown, so this crop can be grown there. This is longer storability. This is a very insect pet storage space is very limited effect. This most of the crops are short duration. This is a good catch crop intercrop like a buckwheat and kalinga, so only 70 days, then crop can be harvested and give the input. This is a very good feature, very high tolerant to biotic and biotic acid. Very insect pet disease, especially tolerant. Longer viability, low cost cultivation. Known to be the resilient to the climate change. Now is the continuing phenomenon of the climate change. The broadens and species portfolio for the good security is malnutrition. The issue is scare attention by the National Agriculture and Biodiversity Conservation Policy, the research and development. This is the main point. That's scarcely represented in the ex situ collections. Now again, because the nutrition. In case agar traditional crop, there is a 3 crops here, pseudo-cereal crops like amaranth, buckwheat, and chinopod. And nutrition point of in like protein, carbohydrate, fat, and other minerals and this are better than the other millets also and cereals also, wheat and rice. The high quality and protein, high quality amino acids, these are given information. I'm detailed one by the potential crop. The grain amaranth is very important crop. The grown in the hills as well as the plain as a pure crop or as an intercrop system in the India. Total now is the area, approximately 40 and 50,000 areas, especially only one Gujarat is in. The 12,000 hectares cultivation every year, or 1 lakh quintal seed is grain is produced and sold in the Palanpur Mandi. This is very important in our country. This is very important as part of the different the uses like leafy vegetable. Some species are vegetable, some species type are grain type. So this is industrial use also. Feed and fodder and fuels also, or medicinal properties also these crops. Next is the buckwheat. You know, the buckwheat is very important. There are 2 species. हमारे पास Phagopars aescultum tataricum. The very rich in protein, amino acids, and lysine, though especially deficient in the wheat and rice. Another point is gluten free. This is a gluten free. The virtually fat free and seed contain 1.3% total lipids. The routine is the most important ingredient in the buckwheat. The keep calories and arteries strong, the flexible, and result in decrease the incident of the vascular capillary. The effective prevalence of the measure against the high blood pressure and hypertension. This is a very important. This is a nutrient is a routine is there in the buckwheat. The content choline, which facilitates the working of the liver also. So these are different parameters a nutrition check. They contain is a considerable amount of the vitamin B1, vitamin B2, potassium and magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, zinc and iron is evidently as compared to other crops. This is another is quinoa is a globally. Now as other crop, Indian is a very important crop. The crop and this region getting popular in the Europe and Western world due to this high nutritive value. It is one of the few crops that contain all amino acids, especially. Now some in market, this is costly. The grain is costly. Now is some of the kind of ingredients. Now is pizza is the best is also is making this kind of crop. So it's a highly nutritive crop. The amino acids and different nutrient parameters given if you know. This is a very important crop for this potential crop. Next is job tier. This is job tier is a very good crop. They are making a food and fodder, especially the beverage and medicine, fuel, ornamental decorative. The nutrition point you compare to sheep, the rice on maize on wheat, the protein is very highest as compared to the other. Especially this crop and this is also gluten free. So this is also can make in the any product or noodles and everything is alternate of the rice. This is a traditional pulses marker. The both carry scarcity now process in our country also. So this is on the four traditional crops. Rice means major crop and faba beans and winged bean and adzoki bean. The four crops is very important. The importance are given especially. You see the dry seed. Rice means very important. The nutrition compared to other crops like chickpea and pigeon pea, the protein is highest. Agar you see in the winged bean, the 32.8% is the protein. And is also oil. The 17% is oil. So this is the next alternate crop of the soya bean. This is a very important crop. All the part of the kind of winged bean can be utilized. The tuber is also used for the vegetable. The leaf is also used for vegetable. All the seed are used as a pulses and other products. The traditional oil seed crops, the perilla is a good crop in the northeast, especially. The details 51% oil percentage. Moringa, everyone you know about the importance of the moringa. Detail I not sure. This paradise tree is also in the north, especially the good tree. The edible oil is also here. So this is important 50 to 60% oil suitable for our human consumptions. So the traditional is vegetable. It's very good. The two vegetable under this kind of tradition for the ICR is identified. This is a very important. You know about kankoda. This is Zangali Kerala in Hindi name is also known. This is very good. It is cultivated from Tamil Nadu to Himalaya up to altitude 50,000 meter height. This is a huge vegetable, good rich sources in ascorbic acid and also contain iodine. This is so ideal for the patient of diabetic and gout. This green fruit contains 12 to 14% protein. This is a very good vegetable. Now his market is also available 200 rupees per kg. This is another Kalinga. Kalinga is a cucurbit family. This is a watermelon species. This is a wild is cultivated, especially Rajasthan, dry area. This is a very good crop. This is a very short duration is crop. But is now is in especially Rajasthan, Punjab and Gujarat, Haryana, the 6,000 hectares now the cultivation especially. The seed is used to extract the vegetable oil as well the good source of the protein. The magas is used just in sweets. Like that is a mouth freshener and thandais and some of the extant Unani medicine. Now in especially this area, the cashew nut of the poor man. There is a seed, जो pulp is a seed का मगज जिसको कहते हैं अंदर से, is a very good quality of the kind of equivalent quality is equivalent to cashew. So in dry area is cultivated. So why in a global level, they say India, what is the mainstream of selected the potential nutritive and climate resilient plant of economic value of the food, feed and fodder and in India especially. In 70s, after Green Revolution, the crops especially run as a monoculture in India. So ICR is felt that this is a large scale monoculture due to Green Revolution crop in India. So initially the ICR started the All India Coordinated Research Project on underutilized and underexploited plant in 1982 and 6 5-year plan. This is journey of this crop. This happening. Next is the restructuring or new name is now in second QRT, the ECRIP on potent underutilized crop. The later on ICR felt this underutilized not suitable for this crop. So this new crop is a new name is given that present the network is called as ECRIP on potential crop since 2013 in the 12th 5-year plan. So this is the mandate crop. This is a potential crop, especially this is a 4 pseudo crop and 3 is a legume and 1 is oil perilla crop or vegetable, 3 vegetables and 1 is fodder crops in perilla. This is organized structure at the network across the country, the different wise given since state wise. Even our this also in potential crop, Odisha Ghana OET center is also there, funding center. The total germplasm in National Gene Bank on a potential crop are given total 13,270 accesses are stored in a different and potential crops. The maximum the utilization of the breeding program or future strengthening the breeding program. The total based on this germplasm and the different through the selections and the breeding program, total in this kind of network mode, so far the different varieties, 79 varieties are the notified and released for the cultivation in the country. This is our honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, this also emphasis on the vocal for local. The vocal for local, this is different. So initially in 2021, the 35 of varieties is dedicated to nation. Among the 4 varieties, our potential crops also included. This one variety is top, is the quinoa, one variety him shakti. There's a high protein and high iron is there. Now recently in a total 120 varieties are dedicated to nation. In August 2024, the 11 varieties our potential crop also dedicated to nations. This is for how to promote this crop. On the efforts of our NVPCR is the ECRIP team, the total seed production and seed distribution among the farmers to how to popularize the different varieties and increase the area in the country. This is success story in Gujarat. First time is Kalingda. The improved variety give the farmers, or especially give the trend to them. The one farmers on the 7 days, 2 lakh rupees are earned only 70 days. The especially the market sale, the seed is a 300 kg per case. So especially this is the farmer is cultivated this Kalingda and seed extracted and sold in the market. Now we have success to grain amaranth. This grain amaranth is Gujarat is also cultivation. Now the UP, this is a different area. The how to kind of promote the farmers, this is cultivation, the seed distribution, different farmers. Number of FLDs are the give the farmers to extend the area and popularize the potential crop in the country. The how to this crop can become in the mainstream. So how to know about this crop? So all the print media and different kind of newspaper channel information broadcasted, TV and channels give the information different in newspaper, different booklet, different intent. This is different journals. This is books and compiles. How do because this potential crop has some problem. If this is a directly can use in this, so you can value added product develop, depend over the partner, and this is also can develop the different state. This is a very good in the gluten free of the product. This is a very important. The different products are given different center wise. Some of the some also product is developed and linked on the temple. The grain amaranth can be utilized the temple linked to temple and prasad. This is our collaboration with the national and internationally. The USA and ICR institutes and CF measure and ICARDA and the crop for the futures and biodiversity international. So these are awareness programs are started over the country. How to can this crop can in the mainstream. This is the very impact of this program. So this is as a Gujarat, this is especially the 12 hectares cultivation is the grain amaranth now. Or commercial cultivation or is 10 approximately 1 lakh quintal seed every sale in the market. Now in our rice mean our product our crop. Like now is shifted in a kharif kind of pulses in the IIP Kanpur. So different cultivation, different areas. The quinoa is also cultivated in Rajasthan. The especially impact of the Arunachal buckwheat is cultivation totally 5,000 hectares in the Arunachal Pradesh. In Chhattisgarh also, the 2,000 hectares cultivation of buckwheat. This is a very important case. The tradition neutral food losing the ground. So why? So this is important. How can we again it come in our the society? The changing crop patterns and which have well developed doorstep market should be required. Changing food habit and lifestyle of the people, particularly the young generation. So you're going from to the nearby the pizza and burger. This. So these are different positions. Can be. So what is the challenges over us? How to come in the mainstream the potential crop in India? This is the first is the traditional potential crop is not a one size of it. This is a complex phenomena. So they require a systematic approach, recognize the connectivity among the element, multiple viewpoints, and multiple dismissing. So this is again the second is a clear-cut tension between the specialization, increasing productivity, incentive productivity, and sustainability. The cross sector, especially the competition among the sectors. This is a very productivity. The next, the different sector approach should be different. The nutrition house should be Ministry of the Health, like the role of the food diversity, agriculture biodiversity, and animal nutrition. So this is also key social politics issues also. The PDS and especially can be can PDS system include किया जाए, or this is the important issue. Next is how this crop की किस तरह से आपको main stream में लाएं, तो how to way forward this for this system. So this is a situation. This is the first you change the perception. This is not a poor man crop. This is a nutrition crop. So this is the concept should be changed. The develop a capacity in researching, teaching, and policy maker, trading, and farming traditional potential crop, and undertake the more research on traditional potential crop, particularly with regard to their adaptive quality and link to between traditional potential crop and nutrition and livelihoods, and set up a global on-farm traditional potential crop conservation program. Involve the full range of the stakeholders in the participatory partnership to provide the conserve traditional potential crop, particularly farmer and women's organization. Find an innovative way to upgrade the traditional potential crop market chain to develop and market value-added product. But in a spell, especially the legal framework and policies and financial initiative to promote the traditional potential crop or encourage the agriculture diversification. The encourage the collaboration in researching, promoting, conservation, and sustainable using the traditional potential crop, and coordinate the activity and multi-stakeholders platform across the sector. So these are the way forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Riger, for telling us about the potential of potential crops. So are there any questions? If not, then we move on to the next talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riger. That was absolutely a commendable presentation, highlighting the mainstreaming of traditional potential crops for sustainable nutrition security in India. Next up, let us welcome our invited speaker and the chair for the session, Professor B.P. Sahi. Over to you, sir. He will be talking on crop diversity, a journey from Vedic texts to genomics. Please welcome, sir.
Good evening. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, both the Orissa University of Agriculture Sciences, Bhubaneswar, and SARM for giving me a chance and to talk here and share my views on crop diversity from a very different perspective. So it's actually an honor for me to be here because of some personal reasons. When I was doing my master's in plant breeding and genetics from TNAU, I worked on medicinal rice. And when I was looking at medicinal rice, the name of Jagannath Mandir would always come because just to share an anecdote, which I'll talk about in detail in the few slides, was that Jagannath Temple was a place for conservation of rice diversity. So my talk will actually do ping pong between old traditional knowledge and all old traditional Vedic knowledge and what we do in modern, molecular biological sciences, how we use biotechnology. So we are a country which has a very long tradition of agriculture, both culturally and scientifically, if I may say so, because of evidences, whether it is from the Mohenjo-daro, the Indus Valley civilization, whether it is from the Sangam culture of Tamil Nadu, whether it is from any parts of you from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Rajasthan till Northeast. If we look at it, we are a country full of diverse cultural practices when it comes to agriculture, and also these cultural practices have shaped in selection of many, noon, Dr. GP Singh sir was talking about, you know uh, genotypes, about germplasm. So one of the reasons we have been able to conserve many of these germplasm even after such a big green revolution is of the cultural aspects which are attached to our crops. So having said that, I just want to quote two manuscripts here. That is the Krishi Parashar Sukti and the Kashyap Krishi Sukti, which are Vedic texts, which talk. We have a lot of literature when it comes to religion and when it comes to spirituality, but we tend to forget the scientific aspect of it. We know Leelavati of mathematics, for example, or Aryabhatiya written by Aryabhat. But being agriculture, we should also delve into the history of agriculture in India from the written text point of view. And there are a number of things, and here I'll be using them for my presentation: the Kashyapa Krishi Sukti and the Krishi Parashar Sukti. So just to give you an example of how things are being validated scientifically, not in India, but in Germany. I did my 14 years of career in science that was outside India, from Japan to Germany. So when I was in Germany and one of the conferences, I came across a talk which was about lunar tidal forces and how they affect the crop growth. Now, what are they? This looks very, something like intermittent fasting, which is nothing else but things like Ekadashi, what we do. So these are fancy terms, but when we break it down, it is nothing else but what was already there in our system of agriculture, that is called the Nakshatriya system, where based on the lunar system, whether the full moon is there or whether half moon is there or no moon is there, agriculture practices would be there. And I met a scientist over there. He's from Max Planck Institute, and he was like, talking about it without even saying anything about Indian perspective about this Vedic agriculture. And then he said that this is something we have done. Then I rose up and I said that we have this in India since ages, actually. So the West is actually validating, knowingly or unknowingly, what we have been having as our heritage, as a scientific or an intellectual heritage. So that is just one aspect which I just wanted to warm you up about, the how empirical science, how experiments can help us to get a scientific validation of things which are already there in our which we have got through inheritance through generations, actually, in agriculture. Now, yesterday, thanks to Divyanshu, I was able to visit the Jagannath temple. And when I went to the Jagannath temple, this was my first time, actually. After all the darshan, we went, Dr. Tripathi was also with me, Dr. Padma was also with me. We went to the Jagannath temple and we saw different, prasads. Now, we returned at around 12:30 in the night after the darshan. And when I came back, I just did a quick search about these prasads. So there is a functional categorization of this. It is not random. It is not random. There is a pattern of the prasads. There are different rices. Like what I started my talk with, the Jagannath temple being a place of on-site conservation, or it's a place where germplasm of rice was conserved. I remember my grandmother telling me when she used to visit as a kid, she visited Puri many times. She would always talk about the prasads and about different taste. Whenever she went, whenever in the morning or the afternoon or the evening, there would be a different taste. Now, how can that be possible if you have the same variety? That means there was diversity. Now, I just completed, two of my students have completed their thesis, and we collected some land races. Now, what is Govind Bhog? What is Tulsi Bhog? What is Dev Bhog? What is Krishna Bhog? These are all different names, and this is Chhattisgarh or Orissa have been the rice bowl. So we have somehow, we talk about so much about basmati. The whole country is crazy about basmati, but we are forgetting about these small rices, these small rices which were cultivated by farmers for, as I said, the cultural aspect of it. Now, for example, the rice itself has sadha anna, kanika, dahi pakhala, thali khichdi, etc. Now, these all are basically categorized into 4 types of rices or preparations of rices based on the varieties. For example, sali anna, which actually uses a type of rice which is called Suna Khilla. It is a fine variety, and probably this refers to all these Krishna Bhog and Gopal Bhog and all these small rices which are there. And this is probably also used for both as rice. Yesterday we had for Prasada Khichdi, which had urad also, mung bean and ginger. Probably it is for that. Then comes Khair. This is Basumati. Basumati does not means the long Basmati which comes to our mind, Red India. Basumati means something which has fragrance, which has aroma. Then similarly, they have Dadhi Anna. It is a sticky rice which is mixed with curd actually. Then comes Sital Anna. So the temple has a classification. Forget about Linnaeus when he classified plants. We have it in our system. Of course, this system is not based on taxonomy. It is based on the functional properties, the function for which we are using it. Now, this is about just what I experienced yesterday. But when we go back into the Ayurvedic system defines rice very categorically. There is no doubt about it. They have done a very functional characterization and categorization of rice. For example, Charak in his Charak Samhita talks about Raktashali, which is red rice. He talks about Mahashali. He talks about Kalma. He talks about Patanga. He talks about, I mean, a number of types based on morphology and also the quality of the rice. For example, they are categorically there are 2 types of rices, Shali Dhan and the Shashtika Dhan, which is called Sati actually. Very less of Shashtika Dhan is there. So this has a lot of a lot of history behind it. And there's a lot of history in our germplasm. Here I see we heard talks, 2 talks, one by Dr. Shiv Agarwal and the other by Gyanin Pratap Singh about germplasm. We have in our system, in our traditional system, a method where everything is documented. We just need to look a little beyond our, domain or our thought process. So, colored rice, for example, colored rice in the Sanskrit text is clearly defined as Raktashali, for example. These are red in color. There are Vrihi rices, there are Krishna Vrihi, there are Vrihis which are white in color. Krishna Vrihi are the black rices. Now it categorically says that these rices have their pericarp red in color. Now what brings so red pericarp is a domestication trait. So there are many domestication traits of rice. For example, RC gene, shattering gene, the seed dominance factor. These are all the traits by which we know whether a particular rice or a seed, these are domestication traits basically. And RC gene, for example, is it encodes anthocyanins, which through the PAL pathway actually, which gives the red color to the pericarp. Now, what happens traditionally, wild rices are colored rices, and what happens down the line somewhere, there was a 14 pair deletion in this sequence, which led to white rice. So that is how, if we want to molecularly, see the evolution and domestication of rice, this RC gene helps as a very good, marker actually. So I used when I was doing my studies in Germany, we had a collaboration with the International Rice Research Institute where we took a lot of VD rices and other rices from Italy, for example, because Italy in Europe is one of those places where rices grow, and then a lot of rices from India. And we did a study where we actually looked at RC gene and the shattering gene. Shattering gene, SHA1 or SHA4, it is the same thing, is responsible for the abscission zone. It helps in the shattering of the seeds because see, plants do not produce this seeds for us. Basically, the plants produce the seed for themselves to propagate, not for us. We are utilizing it. We have domesticated plants for our good. Plants basically, or any living being, is not procreating for us, whether it is cow, chicken, or plants for that matter. So shattering is a process by which the seeds, it is a mechanism by which a plant can, the seeds can explode and it can disperse. Basically, the idea is that the seed disperses. So shattering gene, when the abscission zone becomes, deeper, shattering becomes difficult. And this is what we find in the modern varieties. This is how we have actually domesticated and evolution of rice has happened. So based on the RC gene and the shattering gene, one of my students in Germany, he created a relationship matrix. He actually chose the differences. Like for example, if there is a change for A for C or G deletion in RC gene, then that was scored as 1. Similarly, for shattering gene, there were certain changes, and based on this, depending on the varieties which we have, depending on the genotypes which we had, we classified and we got a certain cluster. Now the biggest surprise comes in the next slide. The biggest surprise is that what we did here was truly on a basis of these domestication traits. Nothing was chosen, and this contains rice which has Italian rices, which also have their parentage coming from India or Thailand down the line. And these had wild rices. These had rices, land races of rice, which we collected, which we got from the accessions we got from International Rice Research Institutes. And when we when we got the when you look at the the dendrogram, the clustering. Now I have written there are three. I'm just I'm not sure if you can see it. It categorizes into three actually: the Bhadai, the Agani, and the Jethi. Now these are local names actually. So Bhadai rice is the rice which actually matures in the Bhadr month, which is called Bhado, that is July, August. Many of these early maturing varieties are like that, like Shashtika. Then Agani is something which matures in November, which is the normal rice duration which have. And then there's this Jethi or Boro rice, which crosses the winters and gets harvested in in the heat of summers, that is the Jeth month. So our rices actually, I'm not sure if you can see it. It's actually in the lower part. So very specifically they clustered in that without any knowledge about this RC gene and all. And this is how our farmers, our cultural practices have shaped rice. So molecular tool was used to classify rice, and it turned out to be similar to what is already there in the system actually. So how surprising. So this is how important sometimes it is to look at things beyond our, projects, beyond our, what we see. Actually, Goethe was a philosopher in Germany, and he said one thing: it is very difficult to see something which is right in front of your eye. So there are a lot of things which are right in front of us. There's a lot of information hidden in our traditional knowledge system, which we are yet to explore and utilize actually. So that was about the rice system. I come to another point. Look at this diagram. If you look at this diagram, so in the second row, if you see the three, these three over here, and there, these are phosphidized, carbonized fossils of wheat actually. And now, why I'm showing this is I want to draw your attention to, and with this I will conclude actually. I want to draw your attention towards one fact that we talk a lot about wheat actually. We talk a lot, we have talked a lot about wheat in terms of diseases, in terms of health issues, etc. I have one major issue with that. We actually have been eating wheat for a long time. You go to Jagannath temple, you have wheat preparations in the prasad. You go to Tirupati Balaji, you have it there. You look at our texts, our ritualistic texts. Many of you, I'm sure, know about the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha. The Satyanarayan Vrat Katha talks about panjiri, which is made not of rice or anything else, but wheat. Now, the question is here, which we need to think, we have evidences from the, Indus Valley civilization. We have fossilized samples. We have Triticum sphaerococcum, which is the so-called Indian spring wheat. Wheat is mentioned in the Ayurveda, and Ayurveda describes, just like rice, Ayurveda also is giving a description of wheat. Then the point is, why not the Hindustan Center? Why Vavilov put wheat in the Fertile Crescent and not put it here? First thing is, we need to understand Vavilov never visited India. He just visited a part of Afghanistan and touching what was that India, Balochistan. That's all. He never came to India. We need to discuss this. The point which I want to draw here is that there are things which we need to redefine, which we need to rewrite. This is not a political forum. This is a scientific forum. When we talk about India rising and so many other things, good adjectives attached to India, we need to validate it logically and empirically. And that is when the world will actually acknowledge it and respect us. So it is time we look back into our traditional knowledge system and give it a new, it's like old wine in a new bottle. So unless we do that, we will not be able to enjoy the flavor. And with this, I would like to conclude. And the conclusion would be that since we are here talking about sustainable agriculture, all these land races, all these germplasm, traditional varieties which we have, we need to do a scientific validation of indigenous technical know-how. All of them have some or the other, something is used when, a particular rice is made when a child is sick, a particular rice is made when a woman is pregnant, for example, or post-pregnancy, certain rice dishes are made. Not just rice, even other crops are used. So that needs to be done. A scientist-farmer collaboration is very important, and not just scientist-farmer. We always focus on farmers. For example, if next time when you go to Jagannath temple or any temple for that matter, and when you eat the prasad, think about it. Being agriculturists, think about the roots of that prasad, where it is coming from. What could be the the ethnobotany of it? That is very important. Then we need to characterize these land races or these varieties, old varieties, heirloom varieties which are there. We need to do, and then we need to utilize it for our breeding programs, because these would be the potentials. We are talking, Dr. Raigar was just before me talking about malnutrition. We have a lot of scope in these, there's a lot of potential in these, rare and getting extinct land races and varieties. So we need to develop that. With that, I would like to thank you for your patience. And again, big thanks to the organizers for giving me a chance to talk. Thank you so much. So I'm open for any questions if there are, although it's time for tea. So if there are any quick questions, I can just answer. If not, then we can probably go ahead with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was quite an interesting presentation. A round of applause for Professor Dr. Sahi, everyone. Moving ahead, now it is the time for the oral presentations. Starting with the first oral presentation, let us welcome Dr. Padmavati from ICAR NBPGR, New Delhi, and she will be talking on insights into the genetic diversity of pigeon pea, germplasm conserved in National Gene Bank. Let's welcome her. Let's have the oral presentation. As we are running short of time, we are not taking any tea break, but if you want to go outside, bring some tea and then you can. Over to you, ma'am. LED screen, please.
Very warm good evening to one and all. Myself Padma Gore, and I'm working as a scientist in ICR, National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi. And today I will be talking about the potential of plant genetic resources of pigeon pea conserved in the National Gene Bank. So ICR NBPGR has a very unique mandate in managing plant genetic resources. And one among them is the conservation of plant genetic resource. And we are conserving our national heritage since last more than 4 decades. And we are very proud to say that we are the world's largest second gene bank in terms of accessions. That is, we are conserving 480,000 accessions of different agri-horticulture crops. So only conservation without utilization is a mere importance. So to utilize this germplasm, we need to characterize and evaluate our gene bank collections by using different agromorphological traits and to develop the core set. That will be the first step or the initial material to improve any crop in a breeding program. That will be finally develop the product in terms of the in form of the resilient climate resilient varieties. So I'm talking about pigeon pea, and as we all know, pigeon pea is the second most important legume in India after chickpea, and it is originated in India. Because pigeon pea is originated in India, it has a vast diversity in terms of wild species, which belongs to different gene pool 1, 2, and 3. And in our gene bank, we are conserving more about 12,000 accessions of pigeon pea, which belongs mostly collected from India, and that is the indigenous collection. And very few, that is 364, were imported from outside the country, that is the exotic collection EC. And you can see here the species-wide distribution. In them, most of the collections were of cultivated Kajanus kajan, and others are wild species. In the biological status, 49% belongs to the land races and rest others. So when we look at the geographical representation of the conserved germplasm, we can clearly see most of the pigeon pea collections were from Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh. And in gene bank, we conserve trait-specific germplasm. Here we conserve very few accessions which are belonging to agronomic, biotic, anabiotic stress tolerance and resistance that can be utilized in the future breeding program. So we have this much rich diversity of pigeon pea in our gene bank, and so to utilize them, the first step is to characterize. So by ICR's one project, Consortia Research Platform on Agrobiodiversity, that is CRPAB on pigeon pea, were formulated, and under that project, all the entire gene bank of pigeon pea collections were evaluated or characterized at 3 different centers with the aim to complete characterization of entire gene bank collection and the multi-location evaluation, identification of trait-specific germplasm, and their validation. So when we look at the descriptive statistics of that entire germplasm collection characterization, we can see the huge or vast morphological variation in all the studied traits. Here you can clearly see the days to 80% maturity, which is very important agronomic quantitative traits, which is varied from 124 to 270. And 124, it is a maturing early, it comes under early maturity group that can be utilized in the future breeding program. And other traits that are very yield related important traits like number of pods per plant, number of seeds per pod, and seed yield that can be utilized in a future breeding program for pigeon pea improvement program. You can see in the pictures the morphological variation we observed. The plants were semi-spreading, erect, and trailing types. And here you can see generally in pigeon pea 5 seeds per pods were there, but we reported up to 7 pods. And very unique study we carried out on the landrace, as the landraces are very potential genetic resources that can be utilized in the breeding program, and that has very high potential. The one landrace which belongs to Karnataka, which is being grown by the farmers of Karnataka for their early maturity and early seedling established in the field. So we thought, why this is early establishing in the field? So we collected these landraces named as a double moti in Karnataka, and we studied their hilum. You can see in the picture, very unique or funiculus is appearing on the seed coat. So we compared this accession with other 2 varieties from Karnataka, that is the KRJ32 and ICP7035, and these 2 varieties don't have any funiculus. So we studied, and we studied the high water uptake, very early uptake, and very early seedling established in those varieties. And this work has been published in ISTA Journal of Seed Science and Technology. So From there, we can see the land races, the collection, the explored material, and the trait-specific germplasm has a very much potential that can be utilized in a breeding program. And then again, the land races or the accessions that are conserved or characterized in the field, we found that one accessions which has very pod trichome length and density is very high, and this trait is important that can be utilized against the pod fly damage. And you can clearly see in the picture that these seeds are without trichome length or density. They are healthy and against the shrivel seed which are damaged by the pod fly. So along with cultivated species, we are also growing the wild species for their characterization, and the all these wild species are established in our wild CWR gardens established at ICR and BPGR. And some of these are the list of some of the very trait specific germplasm, very important germplasm identified. And this same germplasm we are using in our hybridization program. And some of the germplasm that are used in a breeding program, and they are in the F1, F2 generation, and then the second years of station trial and under AVTs. These are the list of some varieties that are released by using the germplasm. This slide shows how much potential is there in our gene bank. We conserving the gene bank germplasm for future years, and characterization is very important for the to harness their potential. With that, I conclude my presentation by giving the path ahead. So with the characterization of cultivated species, we should characterize the wild species and to develop the core set and mini core set of them. And we can share with our NARS partner or the other national and international stakeholders to develop the climate resilient varieties of pigeon pea for that matter, or any other crops which are conserved in our gene bank. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Padma. Are there any quick questions? Thought we can go ahead with the program.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the insightful presentation. With this, may I welcome Dr. Ranjit Kumar Jha from IIT Mandi for the oral presentation. His topic is self-sufficient farming approach, adaptability with scientific validation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is self-sufficient farming approach, adaptability with scientific validation. So in these days, everyone talks about self-sufficient farming. In another term, like this term, self-sufficient farming, also coined as natural farming or organic farming or biodynamic farming or bio-enriched farming. So, but everyone following that, like farmers have also started this kind of cultivation. But, you know, in scientific community, there are so many dilemma and doubts about this natural farming or organic farming, whatever. Why scientific community is not accepting? Because there is no any scientific validation from perspective of technology and science. If we add that scientific validation, then definitely that will be accepted by the scientific community, and then that knowledge can be disseminated to the farmers, and then farmers can accept, and then it can be authorized globally. So I will be talking about, like, you know, why and how this approach and scientific validation can be proposed. So the traditional cultivation is synthetic farming. That is conventional farming, and then where farmers are putting synthetic fertilizer. The Green Revolution started, and then, you know, the main goal was to increase the crop production. That was good to increase the crop production because population is increasing and the climate is changing. So the food demand definitely needs to be increased. But with that Green Revolution also came along with that kind of side effects, pesticides, synthetic fertilizers, so much chemicals that had created so much impact on ecological imbalance, health, deterioration, and then all the kind of, impact on water bodies, climate, in terms of eutrophication, when we apply the nutrients in the agricultural field, so with water kind of runoff, it goes into different water bodies, and then it germinates the algae, and then it affects the aquatic lives. So these fertilizers affect the so much life cycle, different kinds of, that we need to look for different kind of alternative. So as we can see that, currently agricultural practice has high dependency on synthetic inputs and reduced organic amendments. Because, always we talk about like increasing the food production, but we don't talk about like, how can we increase the food production without using the chemical fertilizer with organic amendments. The FAO also estimates that 25% of land worldwide is severely degraded because of this chemical fertilizer application. Soil degradation happens. And then when we talk about the soil degradation, most of the people have done some kind of research in natural farming that terms of like, how they can increase the microbes. That means kind of bacteria which can enhance the agriculture production. So that is the remedy for damage which have been created in the soil by the chemical fertilizers. So we can see that 25% of land worldwide is severely degraded. So we need to find out what could be the alternatives for that. So therefore, we need to look for the synthetic synergistic integration of traditional and archaic soil, water, nutrient components into agricultural systems. This synergistic integration of traditional means like, whatever farming techniques or practices we are currently following with how much irrigation water we need to apply, how much fertilizer we need to apply, what kind of farming practices need to be done. These kind of techniques definitely we need to follow. We must follow. But if we can include that archaic soil, water, nutrient components, that means whatever the ancient techniques, ancient scriptures have mentioned, those techniques, farming methods, if we can integrate that into the current agricultural practices, that will leads us towards the self-sustaining strategies to potentially address all these discussed issues on the side of synthetic fertilizers. So alternative to this synthetic fertilizer, there are so many agri practices have been following in these days. First is like organic or bio-based agriculture, which includes organic waste, cow dung, green manures, bioenzymes, and that has reduced use of synthetic chemicals, and it also decreases environmental contamination. But the challenges with this is that it requires a lot of vegetable waste and then organic matter. Also, farmers complain, or like the scientific community complains that, with this moving from the synthetic fertilizer towards the organic fertilizer, in initial period of years, production goes very low. So how can we tackle that issue? That is also one kind of challenge, and with organic farming, there is also another issue that, when we make the manures with organic matter, that vegetable waste we buy from the market. When I was taking interview for the faculties at IIT Mandi last year, at that time I asked, like, one of the faculties who was giving for who was sitting in the interview, that can we tell that how much chemicals is also coming from the organic waste, organic manures, or organic vegetable waste? because that vegetable, what we are bringing from the market, and then, after peeling that out, and then we put into the, we put in to make that compost or manure, that has also some kind of chemical concentration, because we don't know what is the source. So we can't say that whatever we are doing, that is totally organic. That has also some chemical into it. And then, in long term, it is not totally a complete remedy of that. So there are so many challenges if you look deeper into that. So then another kind of agriculture practice is like natural farming. So this natural farming is nothing new. Like Professor Sahi was talking about, that we have that in ancient text, ancient scriptures, like Krishi Suktis and Vriksha Ayurvedas. All these techniques, farming techniques, have been already mentioned. But with the time, we have moved with the green revolution or different kind of industrialization or urbanization, whatever. We have moved from the traditional actual agricultural practice towards the synthetic farming. And that has totally distorted the system. And now the system is so much distorted that going back towards the actual knowledge, we need scientific validation. That we can't go towards that. We need the scientific validation. We need scientific proof of that, because we have so much created the damage into the soil and the system, that with these practices, with that ancient scripture practices, if you adopt that, it will not, in few years, it will not reduce the damage, because it has been so much severely damaged. So that's why people have so much concern about that, natural farming. Why we will follow this natural farming? Yes, natural farming has also so many challenges. So this has been started from the Japanese farmers, and then in India also it has been proposed by Subhash Palekar, and the Indian states also had in India 9.5 lakh hectares in 17 states has been cultivating under this natural farming. But and these are the components, like the currently what is being followed in under natural farming, Bijamrit, Jivamrit, and Ganjivamrit, everyone knows about that. And then framework and practices, like what we need to do, we need to prepare this Jivamrit, Ganjimamrit, Bijamrit, and we need to apply at different intervals with different recommended dose given by different authorities, different standard practices. But it has also some limitations and limitations in composition, because when we apply that, there is debatable, the yield trend is very debatable, because some farmers or some scientific community says that, the yield increases. Some scientific people say that, the yield decreases. So that is also very debatable. And then another thing is like, most of the research, what has been conducted so far, everyone focused about increasing the soil microorganisms. But the thing is like, when we focus only on microorganisms, then because we have been already applying the synthetic fertilizers, that was adding the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and slightly we stopped that. So definitely that will decrease the crop production. So in that way, and also the natural manures, what we prepared, the Bijamrit and Jivamrit, that has very short shelf life. So all these limitations are also there. So how can we look into the future that should be self-sustainable farming, that we need to validate in terms of soil, plant, water interaction, not only in terms of soil, because everyone is looking towards the increasing the soil microbes, but not only in the soil microorganisms perspective, towards like how we can enhance the soil nutrients. If we don't want the crop yield to decrease suddenly from moving from the synthetic to natural fertilizer, because when we move from synthetic to natural, we are just working towards the increasing the microbes. We are not working towards the increasing the balancing the nutrient counts. So that's why we need to also focus that how we can enhance or how we can keep the same amount of nitrogen, phosphorus or potassium, whatever we were applying earlier with the synthetic fertilizer. And then increasing nutrient rate, that's what I mentioned, in the soil through self-made fertilizer to minimize the initial reduction in yield. And the growth of soil microbes alone is not sufficient. The physical and chemical properties of soil must also be considered. That means overall structure of soil needs to be considered. That means whatever fertilizer we are making, how that is enhancing the soil water holding capacity, how that is affecting the pH, how that is affecting the bulk density, structure, chemical composition, that means salinity, soil salinity, all these aspects when we consider, and that how that will come the way we prepare that natural fertilizer.
Dr.
We
Jha,
need to assess that.
please conclude.
Sure, yeah. Thank you. So we have started this research at IIT Mandi. We have started from the preliminary research that, what are the status of soil with the microorganisms, how much microbes are present in the soil currently, and with the pea crop. This is the preliminary results in terms of soil density, texture, fill capacity, and wilting point, physical and biological properties. And then current ongoing work, we have we are measuring the soil water requirement throughout the crop period. And then we are not focusing on the soil microbes part. We are focusing on that, how we can add the nutrient-rich fertilizers, which could break the yield gap when we when we just shift from the chemical towards the natural fertilizer. So how we can fill that gap. And then we are assessing the nutrient composition with various matters to observe the significant increase in soil nutrients, not only microbes. And then we are also assessing the soil properties, overall physical, chemical, and biological. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one quick question, sir.
Yep.
It's not a question. Because you all are not hungry, you are blaming all the agriculture today. We are self-sufficient in food, and you people have started talking, we should do this, we should do this, we should do this. And nobody tells. Yes, we don't believe natural farming is the answer today, 140 crore people. Organic farming is the answer to, and your system which you are telling is solution. Now, when we were doing traditional agriculture, we were having very, very large land holding. Now every farmer has hardly 1 acre, 1 hectare land, hardly 1 hectare land. And he has to engage his whole family. He has to increase the crop intensity. He has to provide massive employment also. So whatever you say for the big people is okay. For the hilly area, organic farming, natural farming, sustainable system is okay. But not for the plain and general masses. Thank you very much. हर आदमी ब्लेम कर रहा है कि आज फूड प्रोडक्शन आपका बढ़ गया है और आप लोग जो है ना see our agriculture scientists listen, our agriculture scientists, our previous people, they were not the fool because Lal Bahadur Shastri went to USA just for this. Indira Gandhi went like this, and today you are self-sufficient because of your contribution of the agriculture scientists and the farmer. And we were doing agriculture as the way we were having, because no fertilizer was there, we were forced not to plant. Landholding was very much there, yes. Population was very less, yes. Now situation is altogether changed. Okay, so you people, all ITI people, other people, or those people, politician, bureaucrat, जो भी है ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग करिए, नेचुरल फार्मिंग करिए, और पैकेज प्रैक्टिस जब हाइब्रिड डेवलप किए थे, वैरायटी थी उस टाइम, उनका यील्ड पोटेंशियल 3-4 क्विंटल होता था. आज हाइब्रिड या वैरायटी का यील्ड पोटेंशियल आपका 12 टन, 13 टन, 14 टन है. अब 13 टन, 14 टन को अगर आप नहीं अप्लाई करेंगे, then that variety will take nutrient from the soil. जो soil है वो और hungry हो जाएगी. तो soil is more hungry. Soil is more hungry. Yeah. हाँ, छोटा छोटा है, लेकिन अब आपको ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए कि सर हम एडवांसिंग एग्रीकल्चर टू अडेप्ट. अरे भैया ठीक है, आप लोग खेत में जाकर देखो, फिर पता करो सॉइल क्या होती है, और आप एडवाइस करना, ब्यूरोक्रेट को भी एडवाइस कर देते हैं, पॉलिटिशियन भी एडवाइस कर देते हैं, हम लोग सुन लेते हैं. क्यों हम नहीं सुनते? कि आई एम रिटायर्ड. जब मैं नहीं था तभी मैं नहीं सुनता था, आज तो क्यों सुनूंगा? भाई आप फूड प्रोडक्शन 140 करोड़ को खिला के दिखाइए ना नेचुरल फार्मिंग में। ठीक है, हमारे हरियाणा का गवर्नर है, वो हर जगह बोल देता है 100 एकड़ लैंड है उसके पास। अब 100 एकड़ लैंड वाला तो कर सकता है। कैन वी अफोर्ड इट? कैन आवर फार्मर अफोर्ड इट? थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir.
Maybe later because we are running short of time. You can.
Actually, just clarifying one thing. I'm not against anything. I'm not against any system. I have done my BTech in agriculture from SWAPS. I have done a master's from IIT Kharagpur. I have done a PhD from University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. No, no, I didn't interrupt you. Please also listen to me. So now I am, after coming to India
Dr.
from
Jha.
US, I'm just proposing that natural farming, which is just contrast to the US culture.
Huh.
So just the thing is like,
Dr.
you know,
Jha, we are running short of time, please.
no, just listen to my point of view. The thing is, you know, that people are dying because of cancer. My grandfather, people are dying of cancer. Then, you know, people, no, so the thing is like, you know, no, we are all researchers. We are all researchers. So my idea was not to criticize anything. My idea was how we can incorporate the research, how we can enhance the research. So with natural farming also we can enhance the yield, not criticizing the synthetic farming. My idea was only to conduct the research. You know, the thing was research. So if we don't open towards all the channels of research, then
Dr. Jha,
I'm sorry to say.
you can have a private conversation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
We
Yes,
can
sir.
go ahead with the next talk, please.
Thank you. Moving on for the next presentation, please welcome Professor Lalit Vasista from DIVA Envitech Private Limited, and he will be talking on advancing agriculture, aquaculture, and horticulture with nano bubble technology. Over to you, sir.
Very good evening. It was supposed to be afternoon when we started this. Thank you very much to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to delve into a very new area, which is not yet being practiced in India. A lot of it's happening worldwide. And it took us some time with along with MG University. We have developed this in India now. So it's a Made in India initiative. To just give you a brief on our company, we are a 35-year-old company. We are basically an engineering company. So nothing to do with agriculture, but we thought, why not bring in green engineering into agriculture? So that is how this product was developed. So I'll try to first give you where all these nanobubbles are used, which industry. So if you talk about horticulture, then we have mining. So first we come to what are nanobubbles? Okay, nanobubbles, you must have seen in water, you make bubbles. Just a second. In water, you make bubbles, which are called macro bubbles or micro bubbles. When you put air or oxygen into water, the bubble comes up. But what we do in this particular case is, there's a problem with the slideshow. It's moving very fast. Let me just put it. I hope it works. So, you know what happens in a nanobubble is that it stays. It stays stable in the water. It does not go anywhere. And as we form a nanobubble of about 100 nanometers, we are able to electrostatically charge it. So this bubble comes with a negative charge on top of it. It's very stable. It has a constant size, and we have a continuous gas transfer going into the water. So nanobubbles are formed using methods like ultrasound, hydrodynamic cavitation. So we use a couple of technologies to make these nanobubbles. We are able to generate very high surface area to volume ratio. I think there is a problem with the animation. I don't know why this animation started. Just give me a second. You able to see? नहीं ये नैनो ये भाग रहा है. Right से. ठीक है. अपने आप अपने आप. Anyway, I will do one thing. So this electrochemically active, they are neutrally buoyant, stable and long lasting, oxidative by nature, and they reduce the surface tension. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to create oxidative species across this bubble. And when that goes into water and that water is fed into the irrigation, we are able to achieve very good oxidizing property of water, because we are not losing the oxygen bubble. We are having a stable, non-buoyant bubble inside the water. The bubble stays in the water for almost 2 weeks or 3 weeks. The beauty of this is that when we are doing when the nanobubble is going into the plant, into the soil, there the cavitation effect takes place, and this cavitation effect opens up the soil. So we are able to make the soil more breathable. So the oxygen is getting diffused in the soil. It goes to the soil level. There it is making an oxidizing atmosphere near the roots. So the whole process helps, number one, in germination. So when you are starting your plantation, it supports the germination. Higher dissolved oxygen levels accelerate the metabolic activities of the seeds. It promotes uniform water uptake. So one is germination. The second one is an enhanced nutrient uptake. So oxygen enriched irrigation water promotes root development and nutrient absorption. High DO levels improve aerobic conditions in the root zone, boosting root respiration and energy production. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to create an aerobic atmosphere. Now, because of these oxidation species, it also goes and breaks the toxicity in the soil. For example, you are aware that, when we go into, when the water comes from industries sometimes mixed with some, compounds which are toxic to the plant. So because of the ROS, that is a reactive oxygen species, as well as the hydroxyl ions which are generated, we are also able to break that. Then we are targeting a facilitated nutrient solubility and mobility. Because of nanobubbles, you have improved root health and growth. So you can see a hydroponic over here, oxygen enriched water stimulant. Roots were there, they are elongated and very proliferating. On the other side, you see the roots have grown using nanobubble water. Nanobubbles can create oxygen-rich environment that supports soil microbes. So we know that there are soil microbes, and because of sometimes anaerobic, because of soil compaction, you tend to get anaerobic species, that is pathogens coming. And when you bring in a very oxidizing atmosphere there, that kills the pathogens, number one, and at the same time improves the biodiversity of the soil. Oxygen delivery to the soil is improved. Improve the soil structure and porosity. What I told you just now, that blinding effect of the compacted soil can disappear because of the cavitating action of the nanobubble. Now, these nanobubbles are in the range of about 100, 150 nanometers, right? Because of the oxidizing atmosphere again and the reactive oxygen species, we are able to reduce the agrochemical use. It is tested that, the agrochemical use gets reduced. Pathogen load reduction happens again because of the oxidizing properties of the nanobubbles. Aerobic conditions also promote beneficial microbes and outcompete the harmful ones. Reduced need for pesticides and fungicides. Nanobubbles prevent disease. They oxygenate the soil, preventing waterlogging and anaerobic zones, like I just said. So you get healthier roots, less susceptible to diseases. Prevention of hypoxia and root rot. So this is again thanks to the sustained oxygen delivery system these nanobubbles create in the whole environment of irrigation. What also happens is in drip irrigation, these oxygen species are able to change the calcium and magnesium ion and their properties, that they don't form scales. So you have a cleaner drip irrigation system. You know that, when you are doing composting, or when you are doing decomposition of organic matter, you require an aerobic environment. Now, nanobubbles bring that environment, and they are able to decompose it faster. So this is one of the devices, how it is put in the pipeline. So we have to put a gas line and a water line, and there's a cavitation system, there's a control panel. There's another system for a farmland. So we can start with, we basically design based on the pipeline size. So if your line is 4 inches, 5 inches, 10 inches, 12 inches, based on that, our models will be selected. But it also depends on the type of crop. There, our nanobubble systems are modified. There's another system. So summary is water efficiency. It saves 10 to 20% water in irrigation. Chemical reduction, low fertilizer and pesticide use, enhanced soil health and reduced emissions, and farmer empowerment, increased incomes. So these are the potential crops where this has been tried. So I'll just go back. So you have lettuce, hydroponics, coffee, rice, strawberry, sugarcane. Sugarcane, right now the trials are going in Maharashtra. Boosting the yield of crop, like you see over here, dhania, turmeric, basil. We are able to reduce their growth cycle times so that they are ready for market faster. It's benefit to the farmer. It gives you healthier plants. Now you see under the European Geosciences Union, there's a paper published. I can share the papers with you where nanobubble has been used, and you get very good result because of the increased oxygen availability. Yields are improved by almost 12% in lettuce. In tomato, again, 2019 study published. Some work has been done. Very good production increase. Rice cultivation, now you will see that rice cultivation in South China is using nanobubbles now. And there are two increases. One is the early rice, which is 4.84 to 10.95% improvement. And from 6.1 in the late rice to 14.31. Improved nitrogen efficiency, enhanced root characteristics, the number of advantages. So we just discussed right now the anaerobic environment in rice cultivation. So when you put these stable bubbles in the water, you're always having an oxidizing atmosphere, which really helps in the climate crisis also from a sustainability point of view. Sugarcane cultivation, again, higher yields, enhanced soil fertility. This is again a hydroponic. The oxygen level was increased from 3.3 to 15 milligrams per liter, and the yields have drastically increased. So this is our innovation center. We have some pilot facilities. We started as an engineering company, and we continue to these are some of the prominent clients. None of these clients you will find are for agriculture, but we want to see our renewable generators, nanoporic systems, all over the farming community, so that we can add value to farming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. A round of applause for him, everyone.
Are there any questions?
Good.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, may I now request Bijay sir to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate our invited speakers. Sir, I would request you to please do the honor. Now we will felicitate our chairperson for the session, Professor B.P. Sahi. Please come on the dais, sir. A huge round of applause for Professor B.P. Sahi. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing the session and also for a wonderful presentation. There is a small token of appreciation from the side of SARM. Thank you very much. Moving ahead, I would request Professor Lalit Vasista to kindly come up on the stage to receive the award. Join hands to congratulate him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for the commendable presentation. Thank you very much. Now, I would request Dr. G. Baiju to kindly come up on the stage to receive the award. A louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion. Now I will request Professor Kuldeep Tripathi to kindly come up on the stage to receive the award. Professor Kuldeep Tripathi on the stage, please. Till the time he joins, yes. Yes, please welcome Dr. Kuldeep Tripathi. Once again, a louder round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for doing the honor. Moving ahead now, let us welcome Dr. Sandeep Sehgal from SK University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology, Jammu and Kashmir. Let's welcome sir for his presentation on agroforestry practices in Northwestern Himalayas, options for tree management. Over to you, sir. LED screen, please.
Well, before anything comes on this, good evening, all of you. My topic is on agroforestry. So before I start my presentation, I would like to briefly introduce about agroforestry. It's a combination of trees and crops on the same piece of land, you see. And in case of agroforestry, we don't discriminate between any kind of tree and any kind of crop. So it's a combination of trees and crops on the same piece of land on the same time. So this was my topic. What we did was to document the agroforestry practices in the northwestern Himalaya region. And it was basically a questionnaire-based study. Since you see from the last 2 or 3 decades, agroforestry is becoming more and more important as we face the challenges of climate change and change in the weather. So what we do, we want to make systems more resilient to climate change. So how the resilience will come? It will come from trees. So basically, we have 3 important goals: environment health, economic profitability, and social and economic equity. And there are 2 phases of this agroforestry. One is to design using the principles of ecology and economics to complex cropping systems, because you see these are 2 components. One is harvested within 6 months. And if you talk about trees harvesting after 10 years, 20 years, sometimes even 40 years. So this is a very complex system. And then there is the practical appeal of agroforestry, how to achieve this process. And this I have already discussed. I will just run through it. So basically, we have 3 components of agroforestry: trees, crops, and animals. If there are animals, then also it's agroforestry. Even if animals are missing, then also it's agroforestry. And these are the advantages of agroforestry. If we look at the monocropping systems today, where we already pump the crop with a lot of fertilizers, pesticides, and if a disease comes, all the crop will vanish. But in a complex agroforestry system, which mimics nature, will still be left with something. So these are some of the benefits of agroforestry, especially the climate resilience and carbon sequestration. But the problems are also there. So agroforestry, since it's a complex science, so people from agriculture don't know about trees, and people from forest, they don't know about crops. So there is a kind of conflict between these 2 kind of specialists, and slowly and internationally, what we see in the last 5-10 decades, yes, agroforestry is getting a specialized discipline, and people with knowledge of both the crops and the trees are coming into this field. So this is a tree. When we put it into a cropping system, what happens is, I will show you in the next slides. Very easily explained. If tree and crops are together, either a tree will give positive response and the crop will the yield of the crop will get reduced. Either both will complement each other, then or one will stay neutral, other will complement. Or both will fight and your overall productivity will decrease. And then otherwise one is negative and other is 0. So because of these possible combinations, it's a very risky business. Now, what we did, we did a study in the Western Himalayan region. We took a district where we had objectives to identify what are the existing agroforestry systems, practices, and the study the perception of farmers towards trees on their farms. And third was the constraints faced by the farmers in growing trees. A very interesting question which we asked to a farmer, that you have just one tree in your field. Why don't you remove the tree? Because the tree is becoming a hindrance in your cultivation, anything. He said, no, I am keeping this tree. When I get tired, I get under it and I take my lunch sitting under a tree. So that is the benefit of tree to me. So there are 100 possible reasons how to what you call integrate trees and crops together. So perceptions, what are the perceptions? What do the farmers think about trees? Because their first love is agriculture. So this is the sampling procedures. We had 1 districts, 4 blocks, then 3 villages per block. We had 12 villages, and then total respondents 180. Coming to the results, So these are the existing agroforestry practices. The first one is the boundary plantation. People usually, farmers don't want to put trees in the center of the farm. They just want to keep them away, so they plant them on the boundary. And the other one is scattered. There is no particular formation of trees, whether in lines or in blocks. No, scattered trees are there. And then some of the farmers, they plant the trees in blocks. And then the fourth option was all these three categories, and the fourth category was intercropping. So these are some of the photographs showing a randomly placed trees in a farm. These are the photos from our survey. This is a sort of block plantation. Now, what are the perceptions? Now, these are the perceptions of farmer about the trees on the crop yield. You see, 87% farmers think that trees will decrease the crop yield. So this is the amount of terror the tree has in the minds of the farmers. Now, when we talk about why don't you grow trees, what are the constraints? So the biggest constraint was the lack of irrigation. Since the study was conducted in an area which is rain-fed, so this was obvious that there were maximum farmers showing that because of deficient rainfall or less rainfall, we are not able to plant trees. Then the lack of fencing. This was 35%, but that was a biased answer because government is giving subsidy on fencing. So all the farmers told us, yes, they need fencing, they'll grow because they thought that they'll get some money from the government. So there are about 32 species of trees which are scattered on the farmer's field in the study area. And reasons for retaining trees. All the farmers who had trees on their farms. So what were the reasons for keeping the trees on the farm? So these are the reasons for which, and the primary reason was fuel wood, then fodder. Because any farmer who has some kind of animal on his in family, he will definitely try to have something so that he can give fodder during the lean period. And then there are various other reasons, but primary reasons were the fuel wood, fodder, and fuel. Now, since perception is negative, so what we can do? We have options for management of trees, and the simplest option is managing the spacing. If we will plant trees far away and then also increase the crop spacing, we can manage the overall yield of the system. And then we have pruning, shoot pruning. We can prune the tree so that the shading effect caused by the tree is reduced and more light penetrates through the crown of the tree to the ground so that the understory crop is not affected. Then we also have another system of pollarding in which we cut the main trunk of the tree more than 1.5 meters height. And then we also sometimes prune the root. This is known as trenching. Because tree is bigger brother of to the crop and it has more impact on the crops. Crop cannot fight with trees. So we have to prune the roots of the trees to remove the negative effects. So this is a fully grown tree. And see what kind of shadow and what kind of yield reduction it would cause if we grow crop underneath it. But what we have done pollarding. You can see in the photograph, we have cut the tree trunk. And in the second photograph adjoining, what we see is that a very little crown compared to the earlier tree, with the fully grown tree, which I have showed, this crown is very much little. And then we can grow agriculture crops along with it. And the yield reduction is greatly reduced and the farmer is happy. So I'll conclude with this, that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Thank you. Any question?
Any questions? If not, let's move ahead for the next session. For the next session, please welcome Dr. Hare Krishna Swami from BSI ERC Shillong. And he will be talking on chemical composition and bioactivity of essential oils. Over to you, sir.
Good evening to all of you, everyone. Myself, Dr. Harikrishna Swami from Botanical Survey of India, Eastern Regional Center, Shillong. Now I am going to present the topic essential oil composition and its antioxidant activities of the wild populations of Hypericum, which is present in the Northeast India. The genus Hypericum belongs to the family Hypericaceae, worldwide known for its traditional and modern uses. So therefore, an attempt has been made to access the diversity, distribution, and indigenous uses of the species in the Northeast India only. And the number of species of Hypericum was well known for their therapeutic uses. Due to the overexploitation of this species for the pharmaceutical industries, the natural population of this species are depleting fast. And this is now in the vulnerable category of the IUCN. So in our survey, we got the 6 species of Hypericum from the Northeast India, from which 2 are endemic, 1 species is nearly endemic, 1 species is under threat, and 2 species are commonly available. So one is the Hypericum eliodaris. It is mainly found chiefly in the Himalayas, northeastern regions, and western Ghats from an altitude of 1000 meter to 25 meter. It is commonly available. Hypericum gracilis only found in the Northeast India. It is endemic to the region of the Northeast. Hypericum hookerianum, it is only found in the Himalayas, almost in the altitude of 1000 meter to 2500 meter. Hypericum japonicum is also just like chiefly in the Himalayas and the altitude range. Hypericum lubei, it is only found in the one reserve forest of the Meghalaya, that is called as the Maflang Reserve Forest, and it is endemic to this region only. And we are working in this, when we are studied in this area, after 133 years of the type collection, we have collected it, it is for the second time only. And we have the recollection after 133 years of the type collection. It is now under communication with national proceedings of the National Academy of Journals under review. And Hypericum williamsi, this is our first report to the flora of Northeast India, and it is already published in the biodiversity journal. One is Nilumbo. This is the total floral structures of the Hypericum williamsi. This is the herbarium images of Hypericum eliodaris. This is Hypericum gracilis. This is Hypericum hookerianum, Hypericum japonicum, Hypericum lobei, Hypericum williamsi. And when we go for the essential oil analysis, we found that the Hypericum lobei, which is endemic to the Maflang Reserve Forest of Meghalaya, got 0.43% of the essential oil. We are using the hydrodistillation unit for the essential oil extraction, and we store the essential oil in the anhydrous sodium sulfate and 4 degrees Celsius for the further use. Then we go for the GCMS analysis of every essential oils. That is in the Hypericum eliodaris, we get the 167 compounds. This is the chromatogram of Hypericum eliodaris. And the 10 major compounds what we have found, it is enlisted here. This is the chromatogram of Hypericum gracilis. Here we have found 177 compounds, and major 10 compounds are enlisted here. It is the chromatogram of Hypericum hookerianum. Here we got the 159 compounds. This is also the major 10 compounds. Hypericum japonicum, we got the 141 compounds. This is the major 10 compounds of this species. Also from Hypericum lobei, 171 compounds. This is the major 10 compounds. Hypericum williamsi, the chromatogram structure, and these are the major 10 compounds that we have found in the GCMS analysis. Then we go for the antioxidant activity of the essential oil with the DPPS free radical scavenging activity, ability test with the 6 species of the Hypericum. Then conclusion is that our result indicate that the oil is a rich source compound of sequiterpenoid and monoterpenoid hydrocarbons with alpha pionin and beta caryophyllene as the predominant structure. Oil, the essential oil showed a moderate antioxidant capacity. This may be due to that it is composed entirely of terpene hydrocarbons and which is not an active antioxidant. This study also revealed that other species of the genus used for the multi-purpose and therefore the species may be required priority attentions, populations assessment, and the rare threatened species using standard ecological methods have been suggested for the identification and mass multiplication of the threat species should be done. Then I'm highly acknowledged to my director, Botanical Survey of India, Head of Office, Botanical Survey of India, Shillong, and the South Indian Textile Research Association for helping in the GCMS analysis, Dr. R. Kotaimuthu, Dr. Y. Mahesh, and the Riyaz Ansari, same technician, and my junior, Ricket Lighten, for the work. This is our survey. This is the Juko Valley of Nagaland, one photograph of the same. This is also Juko Valley of Nagaland. Thank you. And I'm greatly thankful to the Society of Agricultural Research and Management and Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology for giving me the opportunity to presenting my work.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swain. That was absolutely a commendable presentation. Moving on, last but not the least, today is the last oral presentation will be presented by Dr. Prasant Kumar Panda from OUAT Bhubaneswar. He will be talking on efficacy of new generation post-emergence herbicides in PGNP. Over to you, sir.
যেটা করো না esteemed chair, co-chair, all eminent persons. Thanks to all. Good evening to all. Some are waiting in the evening patiently to hear the presentations. Thanks to my irritated throat also allowed me to present here. I am presenting the efficacy of new generation post-emergence herbicides in PGNP. I am working in PGNP since last 14 years. Would a plant growing where it is not desired, a plant out of place, an unwanted guest. And we all know that would compete with crop with sunlight, space, nutrient, and moisture, harbor pest and insect. All these things ultimately reduce yield of the crop. About PGNP, it is one of the pulse crop. Pulse are very important for our nutritional security. It is protein rich and poor man's meat. Pulses are noble creation of the Almighty, maintaining health of soil, cattle, human beings, rich in protein, dietary fiber, vitamins and many minerals, calcium, iron, potassium, phosphorus. So it is responsible for gut health also. It is low glycemic index. PGNP has low calorie, low cholesterol, so it is healthy. Why wood management in PGNP? Because PGNP is a long duration crop, wide spaced crop, slow growth during its initial stages. Wide spaced crop means about 3 feet, 90 centimeter row spacing. That's why crop wood competition is much higher within 70 days of the medium duration PGNP, which is matured around 170 to 175 days. The variety taken was JPG 1, Junagadh PGNP, Gujarat 1, Gujarat variety. Objective was to evaluate the efficiency of new generation post-emergence herbicide mixtures, some tank mix, some factory mix, wood management in rain-fed medium duration PGNP for yield enhancement,
The present recommendation was pendimethalin as pre-emergence application plus imazathapir as post-emergence application, then one hand weeding. It is also our recommendation. But to replace it, to replace imazathapir, if we will apply imazathapir for so long period or many years, there may be herbicide resistance grown in the wood. So we are trying other molecules, new molecules. Experimental details: agroecological situation, kharif, rainfed, upland situation, period of study 2019 to 22, 21, 22, 3 years experimentation, crop pigeon P, variety JGP1, Gujarat, Junagadh pigeon P1, duration 170 to 180 days, date of sowing within the second fortnight of the July, spacing 90 centimeter, 30 centimeter, design was RBD, and treatment 13, replication 3, plot size 5.42, 6 line into 4 meter. Location was Center for Pulses Research at Berhampur. Now it is changed. Nutri-Crop Research Station presently. Latitude, longitude are given. East and southeastern coastal plain zone of the state. These are the treatments. 13 treatments are there. Many new molecules, many combination of molecules are there. Some derived parameter we have calculated with control efficiency, with control index, with index. We have studied some mode of actions. We have collected in the new molecules. They have mode of actions. Some ALS inhibitors, some ACCKS inhibitors, some AHAS inhibitors. We have taken the growth and yield attributes, plant height, primary branches per plant, pod per plant, and seed per pod. In every cases, weed-free plot was the height, and imazathapir means the present recommendation was third position, and second position means within the chemicals. The recommendation was T7, propacuzafop 2.5%, imazathapir 3.75%. That is the best treatment. From yield, net return, BC ratio, and incremental cost benefit ratio means how much we have to spend extra out of the woody check plot, and how much we will get, more amount we get from our extra expenditure. That is incremental cost benefit ratio. In these things, imazathapir was has the highest incremental cost benefit ratio because the expenditure was a little bit low than this combination. Otherwise, if we calculate, if we take the net return and net return, then propacuzafop 2.5%, imazathapir 3.75% was the best. It is I have applied as in the form of saccade. Wood density, wood dry weight, wood control efficiency, wood control index, all are calculated, and the treatment number 7, propacuzafop 2.5% plus imazathapir 3.75% at the rate of 125 gram AI per hectare gave the lowest wood density, lowest wood dry weight, and the highest wood control efficiency, highest wood control index, and the lowest wood index. We have just to find out the nature of percentage and proportion of the wood flora. We have divided it into 3 types: broadleaf wood, grasses, and sedges. In this form, we found that in control plot, that was not affected by any chemicals. We find that the broadleaf wood has more, grasses has more numbers. In the density, wood density, we can find that grasses has more numbers. But when weight is come, when we calculate the weight, dry weight, then highest is the broadleaf wood. because broadleaf wood grow more and they have a higher weight. Wood dry weight is more in broadleaf wood and wood number is more in grasses. And this is the proportion. Wood density, wood check, it is very much affected the crop, and you can find the difference between wood free check and the chemical use, the control efficiency. Wood dry matter also, wood check is far many times more than the treated plots. Then we have studied phytotoxic effects. New molecules have any phytotoxic effect or not. Then this time we find, I have highlighted this, T8, sodium aciflorphane and chlorinaphor-propargyl. This combination, patella नाम पे आता है. It is heavy phytotoxic to the pigeon pea. It is recommended to soybean. Many farmers think that if it is applicable to soybean, it is applicable to all pulses. But it is not that. It is not true. So we have to try for each and every crop, but for validation. So that's why we have validated the phytotoxic effects. We find imazethapyr has no effect on the crop. It is effective for the weeds. Chlorimiron ethyl has low phytotoxic, but 1 to 2 weeks, after 1 to 2 weeks, it recovers. And phenoxapov ethyl, no toxic effect on the crop because it is for grassy weeds only. Propaquizolapov plus imazethapyr, no toxic effect. It is the best treatment. That's why chlorimiron ethyl has medium toxic effect, but the crop recovers. And chlorimiron ethyl, different doses are there, and the lower doses has low toxic effect, and higher doses has medium toxic effect. But the plant recovers within 2 or 3 weeks. Plants recover. But in sodium aciflorphane, many plants, 38% plant already dried, and means it is heavily toxic, and so it should not be used in pigeon pea. It should not be used. Imazethapyr and imazamox, it is also no toxic effect. Both are in both combination. It is for grassy woods and broadleaf woods. For every spectrum, it is effective. Then conclusion: application of pendimethalin 30 EC at the rate of 0.75 kg AI per hectare. For farmers, it is 5 ml per liter at 2 to 3 days after sowing as pre-emergence application, followed by propaquizolapov 2.5% plus imazethapyr 3.75% at the rate of 50 plus 75, 125 gram AI per hectare. For farmers, it is 4 ml per liter at 20 to 25 days after sowing as post-emergence application, and hand weeding and interculture at 50 days after sowing may be recommended for integrated weed management practice for medium duration pigeon pea under Kharif rainfed upland condition of Odisha. Spray volume should be 500 liter of water per hectare. This is the comparison. We can see the infected field, and mainly Celosia argentea was the most population was the Celosia argentea, which height is also 3-4 feet. Means it suppresses the cropland. Though it is the comparison between the our recommended treatment and the woody check. These are the woody species we have found. Means we have Tanthema and the many broadleaf woods. These are also broadleaf woods. The Celosia argentea was the most prevalent one. These are the sedges and grasses found. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? I think no. Once again, thank you. I just have one quick question, sir. So, what is the mode of action of this herbicide which you have just talked about?
Sir, I have shown it. Every herbicide, I have shown the mode of action. This is the mode of action of every herbicide.
LED screen, please.
Sorry. Sir, imazethapir is acetolactase synthase inhibitor, ALS inhibitor.
Okay.
Phenoxaprop ethyl is acetyl coenzyme A carboxylase, ACCase inhibitor.
Understood. So it basically affects the chloroplast actually.
And sir, mode of action is also I have mentioned. I have mentioned also. I have seen another thing. Means it is competition between not weed and crop only. It is competition between weed and weed also.
Right.
Means many broadleaf weed also suppresses grasses and sedges. Means then this Celosia argentea. This is the most prevalent and dominant weed. And Celosia argentea. It is most dominant, and it suppresses many grasses. And if you will find 10 grasses, and its weight is less than one Celosia argentea plant. So in weight, Celosia argentea broadleaf was maximum. In number of weed, grass was maximum. This is the difference. And broadleaf weeds also suppress the grass and sedges. This is the.
So
this is the finding.
one last question.
ନାଇଁ ବ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ହେଇନି ଯଦି ବ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ବୋଲି ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ if you ମାନେ means नहीं it is not it is restricted लिखा है restricted लिखा है ब्याण्ड नहीं लिखा है I have contacted with the Dr. Das of IRI is the wood specialist of IRI I have contacted Das sir and he said it is restricted it is not replaced by anything you can use pendimethalin plus imazethapir का combination है this combination we can apply it for better it gives much more better result than pendimethalin.
Thank you sir.
Pendimethalin plus imazethapir combination आता है factory mix means we have not tank mix नहीं factory mix आता है.
So we conclude this session and what started with an immunity mechanism where something innate was there and it ended up with Sir's talk where we talk about some external application which was also spiced up with nanobubbles and agroforestry and whatnot. So thank you again once and all to all the speakers and to all those who have attended this. With this, we conclude this session and maybe you can announce the further details. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for chairing the session and for the concluding remarks. Thank you, Dr. Panda. That was absolutely well presented. With this, day one of AgriVision 2025 comes to its end. Tomorrow, we will begin at 9 a.m. So I would request all of you to kindly join us for tomorrow's sessions. All the invited speakers, keynote speakers for tomorrow are requested to join at their times. And the sessions will be started at 9 a.m. Thank you very much, everyone. Please proceed for the exit and please be here at Swaminathan Hall for tomorrow's sessions. Thank you very much once again.